I'll read the first one there, if I can see it. Actively listen to all perspectives.
Go ahead.
Close the loop. Respond to concerns and questions as a unified board.
Model the professionalism we expect from all members of the district and community. Customer service orientation.
Assume positive intent.
I'll read the last one. Be positive and responsive. Thank you.
I'd like to call the regular meeting of Cobre Board of Education into session. It is 5 o'clock. Please let the minutes show that Mr. Molina is out on a fire. And he said that if he was within phone range, he would call in, but it was very doubtful. Please stand for the pledge. I pledge allegiance to the flag
of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
I salute the flag of the state of New Mexico, the symbol of perfect friendship among the United cultures. At this time, before we go into action items, Mr. Spalletta asked that we move item 3A up so that we can listen to Mr. Stone.
Mr. President, I have several other ones to move on.
Okay.
If we could ask, so Mr. Stone, if we can move him above action items as 3A. And item 2E is not an action item, so if we can move 2E to 5D. That's the new auditor proposal. 5D. And then the board retreat, board self-evaluation, if we could move that after number 9, after the executive session. That's 3B to after 9. And then we have 2 ladies here for public input. The second public input, they're at 7A. Sherry Liebhart and Gloria Go. Could we move them up higher on the agenda? Should we move them to 4 for the other public comment area?
I think we should move them after Mike Stone. What do you guys think?
I think so. I think it should be moved as an agenda into the agenda. Well, you can't do that, but I don't understand why this isn't an
Maybe
agenda
just
item.
the A, move the A just to under Mike Stone so that they can present after Mike Stone. And then we can still leave the 7 public input.
So move those 2 after Mike Stone?
Yes.
Okay.
Safety
Okay.
and security.
Okay.
Are you guys okay with that?
If you'll ask for a motion, we can do that.
I recommend that we make those 4 changes to the agenda items.
Further recommendation, we hear motion. Motion by Mr. Guadiana, second.
Second.
Second by Ms. Murillo. Any questions? Call for vote. Mr. Guadiana.
Aye.
Myself, yes. Mr. Cordova.
Yes.
Ms. Murillo.
Yes.
Motion carries. Mr. Stone?
Yes.
I'm here to request, and basically what I will tell you guys is the audit report's late, but it's going to be finished this week. After April 15th, I've had significant issues, in all honesty, related to my sister. For one thing, she has had distinct problems with her knee. She had it operated on twice. She's still running an infection in it. We're spending significant time in doctor's offices. She's widowed, so I'm in. Second of all, I don't know exactly the process is this. As soon as we get it ready, we will provide a draft copy to the school district. At the same time, we will submit it to the state auditor's office. And they have to go through their approval process. Once it's approved, now the approval process is a two-part process. They'll send us an okay to print, then they will send us an approval to release the audit. But understand that unless you guys request a waiver of the 5-day waiting period, that from the date of the release letter, it'll be 5 working days until that report becomes public record. So if it got released today and somebody asks for it tomorrow, you can't do it because it's not public record, okay? Unless you ask for the 5-day waiting period, okay? That's the basic process of where we're at. We're gonna get it done and get it out as soon as we possibly can. A little short-staffed, got people out on European vacations for 2 weeks that have been planned for 3 years. I apologize, but I'm getting, and that's basically all I have to say, except, you know, if you guys have any questions, I'll be happy to answer. What, if I can.
I appreciate the delicate manner in which you presented the circumstances. But had we had everything in order before November 11th, vacations wouldn't have gotten in the way. Even the things with your sister wouldn't have gotten in the way. So I would like to acknowledge and find out more about the circumstances in November. What was it that was, I've read the letters that have gone to the state auditor. And did we require additional help? And did we try to attain additional help in putting the data together for you to be able to audit?
I think there was some discussion of it, but to be honest with you, I wasn't privy to it. When we got to the point where we were, as an auditor, I had 2 choices. Either we could have issued the report with a disclaimer of opinion saying we didn't know if the financials were right or wrong, or in the alternative, we could not meet the deadline and try to get the issues resolved. And the district, at my recommendation, said they wanted to get the issues resolved. The main reason for that is if you get a disclaimer of opinion, it can have a significant effect on your bond rating. Okay, and so it's much more important that you get. In my opinion, you'd rather have a late audit report that's got an opinion on it than a timely report that's got a disclaimer. Because that's a stigma that attaches, and if you guys, you know, we throughout the period that I worked for the district, we've gone through several bond issues, and that can have a significant effect on your bond rating and therefore the interest rate that you have to pay. And currently, the way things are going, interest rates are gonna go higher. That's what they're gonna do. And so, just by the nature of the beast with inflation. So, that was a decision that was made. There was some significant investment of time and effort by staff to get it completed, shall we say? Or I'm between a rock and a hard place here on what I can say and can't say with the state auditor's rule. This is what it amounts to.
So basically, you're trying to say to get it to the state of being presentable so that there would be an opinion.
That's correct. That's correct.
And if it had gone forward at that point, the disclaimer would have been put in, and that would have serious consequences to it.
I think it could have serious consequences in future bond issues, to be honest with you.
Okay.
I have a follow-up question. So the disclaimer of opinions, those are given by the state auditor.
No, they're given by me and approved by the state auditor.
Okay, so it's better to be late than get a disclaimer of opinion.
In
your opinion.
In my opinion, yes.
Okay, so, but, Cobre is on the at-risk, list with the state auditors for our reports. It looks like we're the only school district. What effect does that have on going out for bonds? None?
Yeah, they automatically, if your audit report's not in by the deadline, you're automatically listed on the at-risk, in the at-risk category. They have various reasons for putting people on the at-risk report category, but as soon as the report's delivered, you'll bounce right back off. Okay, so you're not really, it might have an effect if you were trying to float a bond issue right now, but it has no effect in the later period. You'll bounce right back off.
Oh, and I have another question. So this is all new to me. I'm a new board member. I've had people mention to me a forensic audit. Can you explain what a forensic audit is, and when would you need that, or when would you recommend that taking place?
A forensic audit is normally looking at one specific area, okay? And they're saying, okay, we're looking at accounts receivable, whatever. And you will hire somebody to do that specifically and give you a report on that, as opposed to what we do, which under our contract is just a general audit where we're expressing an opinion on the financial statements. Now, we do a significant amount of testing related to that so that we can express an opinion on the financial statements, but we're not doing a forensic audit, which would be more in line like if you watch TV and you see the forensic files where they are looking at a dead body and they're looking at specific stuff. But normally that forensic audit would only be done if there were unanswered questions or something like that. It would be very specific to either an account or a policy or something like that.
So if we've had like repeat findings for 3 years in a row in a certain area, like cash balances, or I don't know the correct terminology, so forgive me. Could a forensic audit be done for that finding that has been year after year?
You could do one, but I'm not sure it would be a good expenditure of money because it's already been pointed out in prior years that the district has struggled with cash balances. So, and that's been done in a regular audit environment. A forensic audit would only either confirm or deny what your regular audit found. It wouldn't give you any more indication of why, or it wouldn't give you any indication of how to fix it. So a forensic audit would be something, it's normally very specific. If you're looking at you're worried about payroll, so you're looking at time cards, okay? Or you're doing that because when we do an audit, we do selective testing. We don't test 100% of everything. Normally, if you do a forensic audit, it's for a very defined area and 100% is tested.
Thank you.
The remaining question I had was, the state has adopted new rules regarding, their authority to, basically disband, school boards. And that if we've been on this list that's at risk list since November, was it 15th? November 15th. Do you have any sense as to whether that would put us in an area where the state might want to step in because of our allowing the condition to be the way it is?
Well, that's a little bit out of my area of expertise, but normally when you're seeing school boards disbanded, it's more in line with the fact that they are going against PET regulations or going against laws as opposed to just having a late audit review. You know, the ones that I have seen have been disbanded is because they have refused to enforce policies that the public education department wants and has ordered them to do. So I don't think that, in all honesty, having a late audit report is not great, but it's not something that I believe would require a disbanding order, or even an indication that they would want that. That's my best guess.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Any other comments? Mr. Stone?
You guys know where I'm at.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank
Thank
you.
you, Mr. Secretary.
Thank you, Mr. Stone.
Sherry,
Thank you. Do I stand in a certain place?
you sit or you stand?
Okay. I have, packets. I asked my son to staple them and he's not really used to collated. So only two of you get stapled packets. I apologize.
I get one.
And, anybody else who's working on the training and orientation for substitutes? Yeah. So the reason why, my friend Laura and I decided to come is we're out of the loop, with communication because we're substitutes with, what's being planned for making schools even safer than they already are because of the recent school shooting. I know because I've worked in all the schools except from high school that, several of the elementary schools have, a lobby you cannot get past. And that is so reassuring for those of us who work there. I'm sure not just the substitutes, but teachers as well. And, but not all the schools have the fully locked-in lobby. And so we want to know, because we're not going to find out until the new school year starts, what are the plans? Because I know all of you are talking about this. If any of you can share so we know before the new school year starts, what's being planned to make the school even safer. Ready for principals? Anybody share anything?
You guys like me to speak on it? So we haven't had a chance to meet, as you know, I just started about a week and a half ago. So we'll be meeting with our safety committee for the district and then building administrators as well.
And Sherry, I can tell you that we have had discussions about doing a substitute orientation where we can include the principal because, as you said, safety protocols are a little bit different at each campus, and so that way the principals could review with the subs. I know we haven't had one in a while, but we are, looking at doing that. We do have, a couple of, one training for sure coming up. October? I can't remember. Anyway, it's in the fall, and we were looking at including substitutes as being a part of that training.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Is there going to be, that segues right into my next item that we wanted to bring up about training and orientation. Is there gonna be other things besides safety, like, classroom management and things that some of us, even though we've been doing it for a while, but still help us and definitely help the new ones?
So we did have a training this year with Support, whose focus is on trauma-informed and social emotional practices, and they're giving us strategies and procedures and strategies and ideas for the classroom and how to deal with certain situations. Last year, we did include our maintenance, we included our custodians, we included our cafeteria workers. So we do want to include our substitutes also in some of those trainings, because she does give some good, again, like I say, ideas and strategies on how to deal with different situations that happen in the classroom, and we are dealing with more and more of those as time has gone on, especially post-COVID. So yeah, the plan is to include you in that training.
How are we going to be advised of these trainings?
So let me, we do have something planned. Ms. Davis and I, we have 3 orientations for substitutes. In order for them to substitute this year, they have to go through one of the trainings, a 3-hour training. So there'll be classroom management, safety, and instruction in those trainings. So it'll be very thorough.
And confidentiality, how to work with special ed students.
Yes.
So,
This is the area that I worked with Las Cruces Public Schools for the last year with 950 substitutes. I did their weekly orientations. So we've already have this planned, and it just hasn't been sent out to everyone yet. In fact, she'll be talking about it tonight.
Do you know, when the communications go out, is it gonna be through email or will it be call? Just so we know kind of where to be watching.
We'll probably be posting it on our site and also through Facebook, but then also you guys receive that substitute if you're going to return. So we might include a letter in there too, so you can have them safe as well.
So the principals always also have a checklist that they're going through it, and they're going to do an orientation at their school as well for substitutes. So you'll get 2 of them.
I'm very grateful. I really wanted this my first year. I think a lot of us, the people who I have their phone numbers, I'll probably email to. They're gonna be really happy. Really grateful for training and communication. The third thing I have on my presentation is about key stability. I did email all the school principals, just asking if they consider having a few keys on hand so that we're not sitting ducks because we don't have keys, obviously, as substitutes. Because I really feel like that at this point, the Washington Post reported our country's had over 250 mass shootings this year alone. You know, it's not just the schools. And I will tell you that my family went camping this weekend, and I witnessed one camper from a lower campground get super angry at a camper right next to us. And I got pretty afraid that he left after he got super angry, and I thought, is he gonna get a gun and start shooting all of us? Because that's the reality in our country right now. It's not if we're gonna be present when someone decides to start doing a mass shooting, it's when, because of the lack of laws. And I think a lot of us in our country right now are frightened for good reason. So, anyway, I really want to keep, so that I can watch my students and myself in the classrooms all day long.
So the principals also have that on their list. They have keys for substitutes, so you should have a key. You'll have to check that out with them, so they'll probably require you to sign it out.
Absolutely. Yeah, and I imagine like the lanyard or something, so that we don't forget it in our purses or something. Yeah.
You might get your driver's license or something.
I think Sherry,
You won't go very far
I think
without
what
that.
they're looking at more is you come to Snell to sub, you get a key when you check in, you turn the key in before you leave. You sub at Bayard, you get a key when you go to Bayard, you turn it in when you leave. That way, the same key can be used as other subs come, so it's not a permanent key, but it's a key for the building for the time that you're living.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking of. This is huge. I'm so happy. Just a last few, do I have just a few more minutes?
Sure.
Okay, thank you. Interestingly, I called 3 different school districts, getting ready for my presentation here. One of them was the Las Cruces schools, because I knew they had substitute coordinator, and I found out you were the one they had. I just want to add those of you who are here, administrators board, would you consider at some point in the future having a substitute coordinator for this district? Because when substitutes get the communications that they need for whatever it is and the trainings they need, it benefits everybody. It benefits all the students. The substitutes want to keep working, so hopefully there'll be lower attrition of them deciding not to substitute anymore. And, you know, it's gonna help the families, the teachers. I honestly wish that at some point there could be a listserv of all the substitutes in the district, so that when there's something that they all need, it just, you know, it goes, somebody puts it in and it goes to the substitute listserv, and you know, 5 seconds later, everybody's got it. So just some thoughts. And
Can we stand up and say thank you?
yes, thank you, everybody who's been working so hard on getting the school safer and helping us feel like we want to stay in. So I love it. I know Gloria loves it.
I love it very much, and I really thank all of you for being so great. And I just appreciate everything, and I really just pray everything goes well for us and for the children as well. Thank you to Mrs. Martinez and all of them as well.
Thank you for being subs.
Thank you.
Thank you.
We really appreciate you. I'm in social life too.
Yeah.
Okay. Now that moves us to item A and action items. Entertain a motion for approval of agenda item. Motion by Mr. Guadiana, second.
Second.
Second by Ms. Murillo. Any other changes to the agenda?
Second time.
No, we
Yeah,
didn't.
that's why I seconded it, so it'd be consistent.
Yeah. Okay. Take a roll call vote. Mr. Guadiana.
Aye.
Myself, yes. Mr. Cordova.
Yes.
Ms. Murillo.
Yes.
Move this to item B. Entertain a motion for approval of May 23rd board meeting minutes.
I'll move.
Motion by Mr. Guadiana, second.
Second.
Second by Mr. Cordova. Any corrections to the minutes?
Mr. President, could I get signatures on that also?
Yes. Call for the vote. Mr. Guadiana.
Aye.
Myself, yes. Mr. Cordova.
Yes.
Ms. Murillo.
Yes.
Motion carries. Item C. 22-23 calendar revision.
Mr. President and board members, we approved a calendar on May 23rd, and left an additional professional development day for April 21st. So I'm asking that we remove that April 21st day from the calendar.
Okay. You heard the recommendation. Do I hear a motion? Motion by Mr. Cordova, second. Second by Mr. Guadiana. Any questions on? Call for the vote. Mr. Guadiana.
Aye.
Myself, yes. Mr. Cordova.
Yes.
Ms. Murillo.
Yes.
Motion carried.
So April 22nd, then we'll show as a blank. 21st,
April 21st, yes.
we'll show as a blank.
Yes.
Yes.
So can we get another one?
Yes, we'll update it and send it out.
Okay.
Moves us to item D.
So in your packet, there's a board meeting schedule for the next fiscal year.
You heard the recommendation. Do I hear a motion?
I'll move.
Motion by Mr. Guadiana, second.
Second.
Second by Ms. Murillo. Any questions on it?
Mr. President, I have a question.
Yes.
These dates are all Mondays? And the meeting time will be what? 5?
I think so.
That's for right now, but on here it doesn't.
It should be on Mondays. We have a normal meeting time of 5, right?
It's in our policy that way.
Yeah,
Yeah, I just wondered because I didn't see it on this.
it's in our policy that the meetings start at 7.
7.
Yes.
Well, and that's something I would like to talk about too, because we are revising the 100 series, which the meeting times are on. And we meet twice a month, and no other district meets twice a month. Is there any way we can reduce that to once a month? Or maybe have a work session? Because when I was pulling up agendas from other districts a couple months ago, I don't know what I was looking for. I noticed that they all only meet once a month.
I know that we used to meet once a month, but we didn't leave here till 1 o'clock in the morning.
So
And that's
could
why
we
we changed it,
incorporate a work
and that's why
session?
we changed it to twice a month. And I think they at the beginning, they called it a work session, but then after that, I don't know where it changed. And then what we were doing is we were meeting here once a month, and we were meeting at different schools once a month. That's what we were doing. So I don't know.
My recollection is different. We were meeting once a month, and once COVID hit, we had some serious concerns about, how we were responding, and we wanted more updates, we wanted more information. And that's when we went to 2 meetings a month.
Now, we were at 2 meetings a month way before that. Because we were meeting two meetings a month when Vicky Smith and Karina Rivera and all of them were here, we were meeting twice a month.
Yeah, but when I got here, it was once a month, and then it
No.
changed.
No, we were still 2 a month. Since you've been here, we haven't changed from 1 to 2.
During COVID, you, Mr. Mendoza, brought a proposal to the board to meet once a month, but at that time, the board was concerned with all the things happening with COVID and wanted to keep it twice.
Mr. President, should we talk about this during our retreat at the end of the meeting?
Sure.
Can we table it?
You had a question?
I just, Mr. President, and board members, I just wanted to say, you guys who are doing the revisions and the board policies, so when we get there, we can have that discussion and we can definitely do it.
Yeah, so should we table this? Because that's what I was.
I have one more comment, Mr. President. At the time that we decided to go to the 2 board meetings, one of the meetings which was held here was called the business meeting, and that's when we did all the financial and all the approvals and stuff like that. The other one was at the schools, so that we could talk about what's going on at that particular school and kind of do a highlight of that school. And we went from school to school all year, and that's where we decided to do that.
I would agree with the train of thought of just looking at this right now, getting it approved. Certainly looking at the policy is when it comes up, but the current strategy with the policy is that we won't put any of the policies as approved or in effect until we get all of them done at one time. So that's not in the near future. So going with what we have now and with the way we're doing it now, I think is going to be about the only way we can do it.
That's a good point.
So what are we gonna do with this one?
He's asking he made a recommendation. If you call for a motion, I would be happy to motion.
Any other questions? Comment? Call for the vote.
We haven't made a motion.
We need a motion first.
I thought we had one already. That's all we're discussing.
Okay, yeah, we did. You're right. Go for the vote.
Mr. Guadiana?
I'll make a motion.
No,
We had a motion.
We had a motion already. That's why we were discussing. Call for the vote. Mr. Guadiana?
Aye.
Myself, yes. Mr. Cordova?
Yes.
Ms. Murillo?
Yes.
Motion carries. Move this to item E is not an action item, and that was moved down. Item F now.
In your packet, you received certified and non-certified salary schedules that you requested. Our team put together a non-certified salary schedule and also a certified salary schedule, which the teacher portion was already approved with the budget back in April.
Here's the recommendation. Do I hear a motion?
I do want to add one thing, if I could.
Sure.
So there was a food service supervisor was left out of the food service schedule. So that I put on your place there with your packet.
Any other comments?
I have a comment. How was this salary schedule determined? And I mean, the increments are extremely small. And has the union seen this, or has Alma seen this?
So Alma has seen it. Alma helped put this salary schedule together. Both union representatives saw it. This is based on the new minimum wage for the state as well.
I saw it this morning. I have Silver City's salary schedule, and really like a dollar a year for experience is really not very encouraging.
I don't know.
The 21-22 salary schedule for Silver City for the very first year,
$500.
1 year increment is about $500. Yep. And a dollar means that we would get about 4 cents per paycheck to splurge with our families.
Yeah. It turns out to be a 0.3% or 1/3% increase. It will perpetuate the circumstances that we have now, where people have been here for a long time. In 19 years, you will get $1 more a year added to your hourly rate.
Right.
And so anybody coming in with that time is getting essentially the same pay. I think this leaves us where we are with.
That makes it really easy to hop to do more.
Yeah, it makes it not something that would attract anybody. These are not good selling points, in my opinion, for recruitment. They also leave in place our lack of having such a salary schedule and our lack for even trying to bring people in. So right now, if somebody comes in at 19 years, they'll be getting $1 more than somebody that just walks in the door. So that's problematic to me. That's real problematic.
And in defense, there hasn't been time for the salary schedules to be discussed. I understand that because there's been change in leadership. It's huge. This has not been approved by the union. This was just presented. This was just handed to us. And because it's out of our negotiating times, is the way Maggie explained it to me, it is outside of our negotiating time. But this was handed to me. If there's something that can be done to negotiate it, I don't know. From what you got this morning, Mr. Spillett.
So salaries can't be negotiated until next school year.
Next school year, we can't really negotiate it anyways. So,
And this didn't go to the finance committee, correct?
I don't believe it did, no.
Just the teacher on the budget.
But still, when we talk salaries and we're talking about budget, it impacts budget, and that should go to the finance committee. And so at this point, I don't know if there's been enough of oversight or input to go forward.
And I think we have I think you all have a finance meeting next week, the 21st. So one's coming up. You all chose to take over.
Right, and I also have silver salary schedules, and for secretaries, we have them going up 5 cents a year. They have them going up $100 a year. And so, yeah, when you're trying to retain employees, I mean, I feel we should table these salary schedules so we can have more discussion. And I know right now we're just discussing non-classified, non-certified, but you brought up teachers, the teacher salary schedule. And I was looking at it, and if I started next year out of college with my master's, I would make $3 more a year than someone with a bachelor's. $3. Most other districts are $1,000 more for a master's. The steps that we're doing here, we're doing them by $1. All the other districts, and I think we've done it in the past as well, $500 for the increments. So
I have called several districts on how they were doing that. What a lot of them are doing is for level 1 per year, it's $25. For level 2, it's $50 per year, and for level 3, it's $75. So a lot of the teachers are doing that. And they're
you mean as it goes down?
yeah, so if you're level 1.
Okay, so I'm talking about going this way.
Oh, okay.
Going this way on salary schedules, they're usually in $500 increments. So last year, when I was a level 2, in this district, I would make $3 more than somebody with a bachelor's degree. That's just a year. That's a slap in the face on the teacher. It should be at least $1,000 more, $1,500 more. So I don't know where these numbers came from, but it's not okay. And I know the U.S. Secretary of Ed had a speech on Friday, and it said, yeah, we can say we appreciate our teachers by giving them donuts and saying Happy Appreciation Day, but we really need to show our support with our wallets.
And in addition, that doesn't create an incentive for people to get higher levels of education to become better teachers for our students. And that's a terrible boat to miss as a board. We need to create an environment where we're striving to get the best education we can for our kids. And this doesn't provide any incentive for teachers to invest, and it's a cost for them, a substantial cost, and not reap a reward that even compensates for that cost. So I think this needs a lot more work. And in addition, I'd like to add that I'd really like to see the administrative salaries looked at in terms of where we were 4 years ago and where we are now, how we got there, and see what we're going to do going forward. If we can't change this year's, certainly a discussion about next year's.
We can bring this to the finance committee next week to start.
Can I make a comment on that? President, members of the board, I'll split it up. Of course, a lot of that's mandated by the state as far as levels administratively, but obviously we work just as hard as the teachers, and I know the teachers work a lot harder in some of other areas, but we are earning our keep as well. But the fact of the matter is, when you say you do the administrators, I hope it's because we're trying to strike some balance and not necessarily feel that maybe we have an advantage as administrators, because we do work hard and put in a lot of time and effort to try to accomplish and provide and get things in order for our students to have a good, successful education. But again, a lot of that's mandated as well, with no pay increases based on experience along the way either. I've been at it over 30 years, and
There's no pay increments as far as, this year you get this much, this year you get this much. It's just straight across the board at the salary board. So, you know, when I hear you say that, I hope it's a good balance that we're trying to look at. What we're doing is kept as equally as important to the district as what our teachers are doing, because obviously as an administrator, our school is only as good as our teachers, and if they're not filling up to par where they need to be, then performance will also they'll show that as well.
And I apologize for the inference being as broad as it was, and understandably your interpretation reflects that. But I'm really looking to see where there's been changes in positions that have shown significant increase without any change in responsibility. If we've had a steady growth, that's not at all what I'm looking at. I'm looking at things that have jumped up significantly without a lot of change in the requirement. So I'm glad you brought that up, because I don't want to strike that paranoia into people that shouldn't feel that.
Could we have a principal salary schedule? Because like Pat was saying, there is a minimum the state requires with the responsibility factor. That's
It's in that
the
packet. It's
Oh,
in the packet.
in here?
Yes, it is.
I
Yeah,
guess I
it was
missed
with
it.
administration.
A principal one?
Mhm.
I must have missed it. I apologize.
I think it's important to note also that we have a declining enrollment, and we also have a large amount of salaries that are paid with grants too. So if we start giving larger raises and not thinking about the budget, then we could be in trouble in the future too.
So with the item EF,
Move to table it.
entertain a motion.
I'll move to table discussion on salary schedules.
Second,
Second.
motion by Mr. Guadiana to table item F. Second by Ms. Murillo. Any other comments? Call for the vote. Mr. Guadiana.
Aye.
Myself, yes. Mr. Cordova.
Yes.
Ms. Murillo.
Yes.
It's tabled. We did not give a time for it, so we just go on. It didn't say timetable. Table till when?
Oh, till the finance committee is ready to make, endorses the timetables and makes a presentation to the board.
You'll have to,
I have a question. So even though the union can't technically negotiate, do we still have you at the table when we're looking at salary schedules?
I don't know the legal answer to that question.
Okay.
It's a public meeting. They can.
That's,
And I'm more than happy
That's
to
our
be
call.
there, and not like to push for like huge salary increases, but to like come up with a reasonable increase on the salary schedule.
I think your voice is very important.
yeah, there's a question from the audience.
Just a quick question, as a member of the finance committee, is it possible to receive this information in advance of the meeting to allow sufficient time to review it and comment?
We posted our packet online as of this meeting, and so we can make that meeting agenda and packet online too.
So in order, we just go to the coveschools.org and we'll be able to download.
It's the same spot as the agendas, I believe. It has the whole packet. So
But you can't go to the year. You don't go to 21, 22. You just go to board agenda.
Yeah, we're working on the website, but it is a little bit tricky to find. Sorry about that.
moves us to item G. This is the salary schedule for certified staff.
We just did that.
We did the last nonsense.
Oh, okay, I'm sorry. For certified staff.
I recommend that we table that for the finance committee to look at first. as well.
You heard the recommendation, do I hear a motion?
So
Motion by Ms. Murillo, second? Second by Mr. Guadiana. Any other questions, comments? Call for the vote. Mr. Guadiana.
Aye.
Myself, yes. Ms. Cordova.
Yes.
Ms. Murillo.
yes,
Table till after the, Finance Committee gets a chance to look at it. H,
In your packet, there's a resolution, and I'm reporting for Mr. Peru, who's out today. As you know, there was a drainage problem at Central Elementary. So this resolution is a joint project with Department of Transportation. The total cost of the project to fix the installed drainage material and fix the current drainage problem is $32,300. With this resolution, our matching share is only 25% or $8,075. So I'm recommending that we approve this resolution to get the grant funding started for this.
you heard the recommendation, do I hear a motion?
So,
Motion by Ms. Cordova, second?
I'll second.
Second by Mr. Guadiana. Any other questions?
I have a question. How did you come up about the $32,000? Was that a contractor? Was that an architect? Was it?
That I don't know, I'm sorry. I don't know, I can find out.
And this is for that pond area that's right next to the school, just north of the school?
Yes.
So is that gonna go like under the street? Is it gonna drain under the street or is it gonna?
It's gonna go through, under the street, yes. George, do you have some information on this?
No, I don't, but I've heard of the project, but, in my
I think that's
opinion,
what Mr. Peru said at one time.
it's been reported in the board meeting.
Not just, there was no dollar figure.
Oh.
Being that we were on the, what for the.
I can get more details and present this at the 27th meeting if you'd like.
There's a thing on that, pamphlet that came here in our board packet. It is done by the funding supervisor of the New Mexico Department of Transportation.
This is all that I was given as well, so I didn't give much explanation either.
Any other questions? Call for the vote. Mr. Guadiana.
are we approving it?
I voted no. I would rather table this recommended.
Myself, yes. Ms. Cordova.
Yes.
Ms. Murillo.
No,
That was a 2-2 vote on that.
I would like to make a motion that we table this,
You already voted on it.
but it was not successful.
Well,
It doesn't make it, any decision needs to be made by a majority. Absent the majority, the decision is not made. So
Did
again,
you make a motion?
yes, I did.
To what?
The motion to table this until Dr. Spalletta can come back with more information about the figures, just where they came from.
Okay, you heard the motion. Do I hear a second? Motion by Mr. Guadiana, second by Ms. Murillo. To table until we get more information on this. Call for the vote. Mr. Guadiana.
Aye.
Myself, yes. Ms. Cordova.
no,
Ms. Murillo.
yes,
3-1. We'll just do unfinished business. Item C.
So on the board policy, I'll give you an update on the board policy. There's probably 2 work days left to work on the hundreds. So I'm gonna send around a sign-up sheet for 2 more work sessions, and then on the 27th, hopefully we can do the second reading of the hundreds and the first reading of the 200s.
We need to do a first reading of the one.
Have we not done that already?
We can do that after
Not
the
done with
commission.
the 100.
Oh, I thought that we did that prior to doing that. So I was told that,
No,
No, we need to do the first reading on the 100.
so that would be on the 27th then. If we can get these two work sessions, so I'll send the sign-up sheet around.
And, can we get a suggestion that we post this on the website? Because these change often, as we've seen, that, if we have a posting on the website, we can kind of, I can wonder if I missed a change or anything, and we can be pretty sure if it's on the website.
We can post it on the website.
What do we sign this? Just initials, I guess? Okay, sure. Put your initials up here if they're available to attend at these teachings. Okay.
That takes care of C?
Pardon me?
Does that take care of C, item C?
Yes, yes, sir.
We'll just do public input. This time we'll entertain anything from the public in reference to our agenda. Anybody else over there?
No, sir.
Somebody in here? Okay, we'll just do new business.
Knowledge. Exactly. You moved it somewhere, you know?
And then,
No, Jackie, where did he move it to? The new auditor proposal. It's still a more.
It's gonna be 5D.
New business.
Would be 5B. Okay.
5D.
Okay.
that's all. He looked at no,
Yeah, 5B.
new business, the law conference reports.
Mr. President and board members, so on the 2nd through the 4th of July, several of you and some of our administrators attended the law conference in Albuquerque. We'd like to give some brief reports from the law conference. I think it was some great information for all of us. So, Mr. Avalos, would you like to start first?
Sure. Thank you. President, members of the board, Dr. Spilett, of course, obviously, in attendance, but of course, before go out and Mr. Bayard joined us big too. But the law conference, from the principal's perspective, it's a very good conference for us to attend. First of all, this is the first conference I've attended in 2 years, so due to the COVID blackout period. But this conference usually is a pretty good conference because it gives us information on issues that are happening out in the country, in the state of New Mexico, that are bringing legal ramifications to the school districts. And as principals, we always got to be ahead of the game as far as what are the trends that are coming into our state, into our schools. So I have always felt that this is a very, very positive conference for us to attend, just to pick up that much needed information, provide some resources for whatever the issue may be, give us some insight, opportunities to ask questions of the legal teams that are up there, and just kind of stay ahead of the game, especially when we're building our, could be even our school handbooks. We're talking about board policies, 100s right now. These are those things that lead into making sound decisions that are going to allow us to be able to make sure that we're doing the right thing for our schools. The area that I covered, of course, we attended several sessions. Mr. Costa was with a few, Dr. Spilletta, I know Mr. Benuli attended a few different ones to kind of spread out, just to kind of cover those areas that really affected our areas of within the school district. I covered the one that was called Restorative Justice. It was presented by the Palms Associates. Of course, Palms is one of our main, that creates a lot of policy support for us within the schools, safety factors, things like that. And this team is actually the ones that we saw was a team that had already come to Snell Middle School earlier this year. We brought him in to give us an actual a session on restorative justice. And of course, what restorative justice equates to is that it is a type of a discipline that kind of goes away from the old zero tolerance type of punitive punishments or that way students have an opportunity to engage with the people that are actually disciplining them in a more positive manner. They create relationships. They have an opportunity to be rewarded even by those same people. A lot more rewards, a lot more one-on-one communications to make sure that there's a gauge of how they're doing through the course of the year. It's not just, you did it, you're busted. You know, it works up as like a staircase kind of situation, a scenario, which allows the students to be able to see where they're at on every given day, every given week, and with reinforcement for whoever is making those, I would just say, I guess the modifications to their behavior. And, basically that's what we talked about. It's a restorative practice, which means that you're going to be dealing with it more on a case-by-case basis, not necessarily because it says that this is what goes on in the handbook, that you're going to be able to look at each case on an individual basis and make those determinations based on what kind of relationship you may have with that student, what has been put in place before, and then you continue to make those corrections so the student continues to either improve or decrease in behavior. It was a good system. I know, like I said, we had them in here already before. It caused the teachers to have some good discussions on being able to look at the bigger picture, the student as a whole, and look at each situation on an individual basis with the students. And that's what the one that I covered. Of course, that was in there with me before. And when we walked in, we said, hey, we've seen these guys before, the same presenters. But there was a lot more questions that came from the audience across the state of New Mexico than what we had in our schools when they were here with us.
Thank you, Mr. Harris. So I also enjoyed the conference. It was a great information. And I made a handout for all of you on the session that I really thought was beneficial. This was the New Mexico State legislation 2022. There's a lot of new legislation, and some of the main goals were this year for legislation and education were to attract and retain educators, addressing unfinished learning from COVID, from the pandemic, and addressing the Martinez and Yazzie lawsuits. So those are kind of the goals of the legislation for this upcoming school year. House Bill 2, raising salaries. House Bill 73, allowing retiring teachers to return to work after 3 months instead of 12 months, how it's been in the past. And then SB 140, the Opportunity Scholarship Act, basically paying for tuition for New Mexico residents. I thought those were really big, but there's about 30 or 40 of them in this handout, and so I'll be sharing this with the administrative team. We'll be discussing it even more.
That's done in your print.
No, I put it on your table today, so you should have a current copy of that. Okay. And then, Mr. Cordova, do you want to talk about what the sessions you went to?
Sure. I enjoyed the conference like I always do. There was a lot of different sessions, and I briefly attended one very good one on audit, and I attended another one on where should the money come from for maintenance repairs, and mainly what they talked about was SB 9 or a bond. But really, what I want to talk about is I'm not going to talk about anyone in particular, except for I want to talk about what we talked about in the Board of Directors meeting. There is a lot of changes coming out. The first change that talked about was the membership dues have been frozen since about 2007, 2008 for all the school districts. And currently, we're paying about $3,598 a year, and we should be paying about $4,151, which is about $553 per year more. Now, this was brought out because they want to put it on the table to talk about it next year. And there's all the school districts, and there's a breakdown in here of all the school districts of what they would have to pay and what it would be like and everything. So that's probably up and coming for next year in the sessions. The other thing that I did, we attended the scholarship luncheon, and I've got the pictures of all the recipients for the state of New Mexico. As you know, there is 8 regions in the state, and we're Region 8, and they had all the scholarships for a total of $1,200 each. And this year we had a student from Animas, Naomi Kimball, a student from Deming, Melanie Jurado, and a student from Silver City, Samantha Jones. They all got that. Now for next year, those schools will be ineligible to put in for the scholarship because they're the ones that get it, they can't put in the next year. And each school is able to put in one student. And we have been asked before if I'm going to pass these around if you guys want. If you happen to, maybe in our region, there will only be 2 applicants. Could we take the 3rd scholarship and divide it and give it to the 2 or the ones that got it? And the answer has always been no. You have to have 3 per region. And if you don't get the 3, it goes back into the fund. And that is, it's posted on the website. It's up to the counselor and the principal of the high school to come up with a student. And it can be based on grades, it can be based on need, it can be based on whatever they decide. There's a list of there, but it's not a scholarship that has to go to for credit hours, or it's got to go for housing or something. It's for anything that the student needs to use it as far as scholarships. Okay, the other thing that was a kind of a big thing, and I don't know, I heard that somebody was going to talk about this one. It's a policy, it was a change. We got there, and the New Mexico School Board Association pays for 1 day trip, our miles, and our meals for that day. We had that form, and the form said 43 cents a mile. When we went to fill it out, they told us, no, do not fill it out. It was scratched off already. It was 53.8 mile, or 58.5, I guess, per mile. And then the amounts of the per diem also changed at $85 for 18 to 24 hours. In-state, $63.75 for 12 to 18 hours. In-state, $42.50 for 6 to 12 hours. $21.25 for less than 6 hours. The mileage went from 43 cents to 58.5. I don't know how this is going to come down to the boards, to the school boards in the state. But it said in there that let me get it on here. It said that it quotes the statute for the state on how they're doing. It says on December 17th, 2021, the IRS service issued the 2022 optional standard mileage rates used to calculate the deductible costs of operating an automobile for business, charitable, medical, or moving expenses. Beginning on January 1, 2022, the standard mileage rate for the use of a car will be 58.5 instead of the 43 cents. And like I said, I don't know how this is going to affect, it's Internal Revenue Service Notice IR 2021-251, and it's mileage per diem Act, New Mexico, NMSA 10-4-8. So I don't know how it's going to affect the schools. We're coming down on anything. I guess it's something that we are going to obviously have to talk about. The other thing that I wanted to cover was the upcoming meetings for the state. The leadership retreat is July the 14th to the 16th in Taos. The annual convention again will be December the 1st to the 3rd at Albuquerque. And our Region 8 meeting is Tuesday, September the 27th at Lordsburg. And hopefully it can be in person this year. And all the stuff that I talked about, I have it in here in this packet. If somebody wants to see it, we can share it. And the other thing that I was going to say, there was a lot of changes, and I hope that it is downloaded. You already downloaded some of it, but there was a lot of changes like Title IX. That's a big change in that one. And they talked about it. It's kind of scary, and a lot of it. So I enjoyed it. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Galeano, do you want to present on one of your sessions?
Yes, I attended two sessions. One of them was for special ed, and the other one was for the Inspection of Public Records Act. And that's the one I'll make the presentation on. I used that venue, the request for the Inspection of Public Records Act several times, and I found that to be a very challenging encounter here in Kobe, and I think there are plenty of opportunities for improvement. One particular is a direct answer of we don't have that, as opposed to a plethora of a stack of items that do not respond. For instance, when there's a request for agendas reflecting certain activities, you get the agendas for the year or two instead of, and knowing as a board member, I know, the actions that I requested never came to the board. And so the straightforward answer is really what's required. It's not a matter of sending a bunch of paperwork to make it confusing or difficult to prove. But the interesting thing, and as a personal observation, the dynamic that was presented by the attorneys, which was Cuddy and Cuddy and McCarthy, yeah. They were very much for the minimum requirement that you need to do. It wasn't with any kind of customer service aspect to it. It was like, stick to the law, and this is the way, and that's the way it was put together. I think as a board, we should look at, do we need to be as engaged with attorneys reviewing our requests for IPRA requests to the degree that it's confrontational. I think having a new superintendent that is now going to be responsible for that, I hope moves more in the direction of, we're going to do it independently, as the job requirement requires that skill set for a superintendent to have, to be completely and beholden to counsel on every single aspect that comes forward is costly. I think we've seen our costs go up from $20,000 a year to over $100,000 a year for legal costs. A lot of it goes to these kind of things. I don't think it's money well spent. All it does is drag things on. And even in the cases where, like I just mentioned, in terms of not getting a direct answer, that leads to litigation. And it's something that I would ponder, and certainly other people would ponder, and we should try to avoid that up front. A simple, straightforward answer is certainly the best solution than giving misleading information or excess of information that's not relevant. So I'm hoping that we can look at our process for IPRAs. We can be a little bit more expeditious if we're not having to wait for counsel all the time. And the products that I've been getting from review of counsel are inconsistent. There'll be a sheet of paper that I get that is related to an interview, and the person's name is on there and everything else is blacked out. The very same sheet of paper I got from a different request, the exact same sheet of paper, was the name was blacked out and all content was left correct. I mean, untouched. So there, I think the IPRA section is something that we ought to look at as policy, and we ought to look at it as a way to move forward with less litigation and more customer satisfaction. And I think that helps resolve this issue up front. Otherwise, we set up a contentious dynamic, and that's going to lead to the fruit of that.
Thank you. Thank you. Mr. Costa?
Okay, let's see if I get this correct. Is it up there? Sorry about this.
Sure. She's on there.
There you go.
There? How do I make it?
Victor has to make it.
Yeah.
How do I make my directions? Take them.
Yeah, how do I make the little one bigger?
You need to attend the law conference.
Do what?
You see the little pen that's on the board meeting, you need to attend the law conference.
Oh, the pen on board meeting?
Yeah, but there should be a pin on the leaves.
Think if you hover over the balloon.
Thank you, Victor or Daniel.
What was that, Mr. President?
I'm sorry?
What was that?
Said thank you. I'd like to make it bigger for the whole screen. That fits into my 4 minutes, doesn't it?
I got it going.
Quick, Victor, quick.
There you go.
I'm on 3 minutes. Okay, thank you, Victor. I did a little miniature, a little miniature slideshow because we, the board, and many of the administrators know what we went to. We know what it's called, but many other people don't. And many people watching, for the few that are right now, they don't know what we're talking about. So I went ahead and just did a quick little thing that said we went to the NMSBA conference, the New Mexico School Board Association conference. It was the 2022 school law. It was put on by the Board Association and Cuddy and McCarthy Law Firm. It was their 42nd annual school law conference. The conference featured presentations on the latest legal issues facing public education and includes numerous breakout sessions to assist new and veteran school board members, administrators, and educators. So much like what many of them have already presented, it really was that. How do I go to the next one then? Oh, okay.
learning. I personally went to reasonable suspicion, employee and student searches, and drug testing. This one particularly was presented by Cuddy and McCarthy. It was two attorneys, John Kennedy and Joseph Stevens, and I might add that they did send me their presentation and give me verbal permission to use some of this information for tonight. In my session, it discussed when, where, and in what manner student and employee searches can be performed and what qualifies as a reasonable suspicion under the law. The session highlighted the duties of administrators in regard to reasonable suspicion searches in light of federal and state law, as well as cautionary tales of searches that violated the law. For tonight's purposes, we won't be going into those cautionary tales. A disclaimer for the Cuddy and McCarthy is that their presentation intended to provide a broad overview of general information about the topics covered, not legal advice applicable to any particular case. So PED regulations under search and seizure through the New Mexico Administrative Code says that search and seizure for schools is that school property assigned to a student and a student's person or property while subject to the authority of the public schools are subject to search and items found are subject to seizure. It also says that the notice of search policy that it should be given reasonable notice, students should be given reasonable notice through the distribution of written policies or otherwise through each school policies on searches as the beginning of each school year, such as through handbooks, etc. It also states who may search. Certified school personnel, school security personnel, school bus drivers are quote-unquote authorized persons to conduct searches. When a search is permissible as set forth below, and I'll go through that. An authorized person who is conducting a search may request the assistance of other persons who, upon the consent, becomes an authorized person for the purposes of that search only. I might add that our district, as far as the searches that I've been involved in, which have been many, there are always two people involved. Our policy calls for that. It calls for somebody being of the same sex as the individual student. And one person scribes and observes as witness, and the other person conducts the search. When the search is permissible, an authorized person may conduct a search when he or she has a reasonable suspicion that a crime or other breach of disciplinary rules is occurring or has occurred. An administrative authority may direct or conduct a search under the same conditions and also when he or she has reasonable cause to believe that a search is necessary to maintain school policy. So no, just because we think you have a mustard pack and you're going to go and splatter it on the wall, no, we can't just say, look, we're going to search you for that. Now that it's going to disrupt the daily function of the school, depends, but we'll go further. Under the same regulation, the search of items, illegal items, legal items, let me rephrase that, legal items as well, which threaten the safety or security of others and items which are used to disrupt or interfere with the educational process may be seized. So as a poor example, but if that mustard packet tends to disrupt or interfere with the educational process, then yes, we may seize things and start looking for more mustard packs. Seized items shall be released to the appropriate authorities or students' parents, or returned to the student when and if the administrative authority deems appropriate. Notification of law enforcement authorities. The administrative authority shall have discretion to notify the local district court attorney, children's court attorney, district attorney, or other law enforcement officers when a search discloses illegally possessed contraband, material, or evidence of some other crime or delinquent act, which has been customary within the searches that have happened. So the question came up in this session is, what is reasonable suspicion? So they quoted this New Jersey versus TLO. United States Supreme Court had adopted what reasonable suspicion, the standard is for under that case that had transpired. Search must be justified at its inception, not excessively intrusive, and a mere hunch is not a proper basis for the search. Justified at its inception, meaning there must be reasonable grounds that a search will reveal evidence of a violation of law or school rules before the search. So we smell weed, and it smells like a skunk, and the kids' eyes are all glossed over and their behavior changed. That starts to give us a justified, reasonable suspicion at the inception. Not excessively intrusive in light of the age, sex of the student, and nature of the infraction. If it's a weapon on campus that's suspected, if we feel it's an imminent risk, we're calling 911, but we are patting down. But we're not doing that for a vape pen or mustard packets. So it's not excessively intrusive, and it's in light of the age and the nature of the infraction. And a mere hunch, I think little Susie could have a vape. Why? I don't know, I just sense it. Nope, that's not gonna cut it. We'll get into some pretty serious legal issues. Under reasonable suspicion, the New Mexico Attorney General's office has stated that school officials must have reasonable suspicion based on articulable facts, such as the student is violating or has violated the law, school rules, or school policy, and the search must occur during school hours or during a school activity. This I threw in there because I wanted you to see that the reasonable suspicion through the PED regulations is nearly identical to the criminal standard through state statute. I won't read it, but you can go in through and look just to the sites and see that it is actually pretty similar. Reasonable individualized suspicion may be something new for some people within the district. And this case in State versus Gage R, the New Mexico Court of Appeals clearly said that not only is there reasonable suspicion that's necessary, but even more specific is that a school would need an individualized suspicion that a particular rule has been violated or that the search will produce evidence of a violation. So what does that mean? Individualized suspicion. They determined that a search of a group of students gathering at the smoker's corner without reason to suspect that any particular student is in possession of contraband is not constitutionally sound of the Fourth Amendment. We concede that in any sufficiently large group, there is a statistical probability that someone will have contraband in his or her possession. But does that give us reason to search? No. Just because they're hanging out or they're looking alike? No. The one kid? Yes. Also, it is the view that the Fourth Amendment demands more than generalized probability, and a student's mere association with presence among suspected wrongdoers without more does not provide sufficient basis for a search by school officials. And that's it. That was mine, and I thought I'd do it in that form. Oh, sorry, I gotta quit sharing. So that our listeners can know, I don't know how to stop sharing it.
Thank you, Mrs. Rasta, appreciate it.
Thank you.
Well done.
They kicked me out? Okay, never mind. So, thank you guys. If you guys have questions, I can't answer them. Call Cuddy and McCarthy and they can further answer your questions.
Mr. Board President, we're going to move to the next presentation. So we have another group of administrators and teachers that attended another conference, the convening conference, and so they're going to also provide brief reports. Ms. Varela, did you want to start first?
We decided that everybody wants to stand up here together.
Oh, okay, great, great.
The training that we went to was the convening that was put on last week by the Literacy and Humanities Department. Because we are a Circle and CLSD district, we were required to go up a day early. And we had to create a display board for a gallery walk. So this is this board that we took. We attended, it was a 3-day training. We attended some really amazing sessions. We had some really good keynote speakers. We also received the books of our keynote speakers. So the second day we had Hamish Brewer. He was dynamic. So we are trying to bring him to our district either in July for convocation or in January. I kind of prefer January because what I like to do is bring him in one day before so that maybe he can do a presentation for secondary students and then for staff the following day. So we are working on setting that up. We also had, on the Father's Day, we had Doug Lamont. He's the author of Teach Like a Champion and his new book, Reading Reconsidered. We received that as well. And then the third day, we also have Denise Ide. Is that how you pronounce her name? So this book right here has some really good strategies and teaching tips for a lot of the rule breakers of the English language. So we are looking at purchasing these books for all teachers in 3rd, 4th, and 5th grade, and ELA 6 through 12, so that they can use this as a resource. The conference was really focused around structured literacy. That's what the state is really moving towards. So it also gave us an opportunity to network with other districts. What are they doing? How are they moving to structured literacy? We've really made a shift to structured literacy for K through 2. And we're looking at some things for 9 through 12 because we did purchase them a new curriculum last year. What we're really working to focus on for this year, as we're making the shift this year into the following year, is we really need to focus on 3rd through 8. So those are the districts that we've been reaching out to, talk to at the conference, trying to get some ideas from them as to what they're doing to make that shift. And the other thing is, prior to the conference, we had made contact with School Kit, looking at bringing them in to do some training for our district. We're looking at, what was the focus for 3 through 5 with them? Oh, accelerated learning. So we're looking at School Kit doing some training on accelerated learning for grades 3, 4, 5, and ELA 6 through 12. And then we're looking at them doing some disciplinary literacy training for all content areas 6 through 12, with the focus being on how to incorporate literacy into the content without giving up the content that you're actually trying to teach. So,
okay. So I was supposed to talk about structured literacy, and
no, I didn't really get
that's
into
okay.
it.
So she said a few things that we did at the conference. So the state rolled out structured literacy last year. And so our district has already been on board with that. And it's structured literacy is really a focus on the science of reading. And that is something that's really big. So the state has put in lots of money into really providing professional development for our teachers to understand the science of reading and what a child goes through as they're learning to read. So initially last year, we started out with a dyslexia training and dyslexia 101. Our kindergarten teachers are getting screeners at the end of their school year. Our 1st grade teachers are getting the dyslexia screener the first 40 days of school. And just really quick data and that I have, like from her lead from us coming off of COVID, you know, that COVID year that we were coming back, you know, we had one that passed the screener from kindergarten and maybe half in 1st grade that passed that screener last year. This year we had all kindergarten pass the screener except for one, and the same thing in 1st grade, all but one pass the screener. So sometimes those are your needy students, the ones that have exceptionalities. So the focus is that structured literacy is for everyone, and it ties in extremely well with the MLSS. That we have good tier 1 quality materials that we're utilizing to teach our students. And so we adopted a curriculum called Reading Horizons that is structured literacy based. All our teachers, K2, have been taking the letters training, and now we're opening that to 3rd, 4th, and 5th because we're seeing that structured literacy needs to be moved on to the upper grade students as well. Some of them have a lot of gaps in their phonemic awareness, phonics, comprehension, you know, everything. So what the structured literacy is doing is really giving our teachers a really good toolkit of strategies, resources. So a lot of our breakout sessions were about that, about high quality materials, best practices in the classroom. And like Ms. Varela said, we got to network with a lot of different schools on where they're at, if we're kind of in the same direction. Our data, I'm thinking has been really good this year with our K1 and 2 classes. So we're super excited about this component of structured literacy and what the state is rolling out. It is a lot for our teachers and professional development, but I think all of our teachers feel like it is super beneficial and seeing results already.
So I attended the conference for them, with them. I'm one of the lab teachers in Bayard, and so I work closely with the literacy team. And so I attended the conference and I really got an opportunity to work with my literacy coach, which is Wendy Tao. She's not able to be here today. But during that session, we already had the format for structured literacy. So for us, it helped us already plan out the first quarter, even starting the second quarter of what we're going to be doing in our PLCs. And since we can't get our hands on these books right away, what we're going to do is we're going to kind of present to the teachers a section of the phonics, awareness book here to the teachers. And what we're going to do is we're going to have like a modeling session, so I'll be able to model how to introduce some of these phonics concepts. Because as an upper grade teacher, I was like, how are we going to introduce it to our older kids? Because they think phonics is when they're little and you're learning. And for us, that we came out of college, earlier than later, that's what we were taught. That foundation is built, from first to third grade, and from then on, we don't have to worry as much about phonics. But I think with the pandemic, we realized that they lost out on a lot of learning time. And even without the pandemic, there's still a lot of phonics skills that need to be covered at the upper grade. And as an upper grade teacher, I didn't have the information or like the direction. When they said we're switching to structured literacy, I kind of freaked out because I'm like, well, what do I do for my whole 90-minute literacy block, and how is it going to look, and how do I introduce these concepts? A big eye-opener for me was that we were taught incomplete phonics, and we were taught to teach incomplete phonics. And so this book kind of covers those things that were not covered before. So it's kind of like an up-to-date phonics curriculum for us. So we're going to do it, like she said, in a teacher-friendly way. And so since I'm a teacher, I'm helping structure how those PLCs are going to look, and so that us as teachers get more out of that time that we go in there. And so we're going to, do a model and then have them leave with, anchor charts to take back with them into the classrooms. So I'm pretty excited about that.
Hi, so I work with early childhood in the district, also family engagement, and they did have components in those two areas. My main focus this time in going up was I really concentrated in attending all the early childhood training that I could, since I do a lot of my stuff is just working directly with the teachers and coaching them and mentoring and modeling lessons with them and working directly with them and providing quality instruction for the children. And so we were really fortunate that because of the CLSD grant that we as early childhood, we are incorporated into this literacy component in our district. And it was real great to see other early childhood counterparts going to this conference and having that time to network with them and having those conversations and what does that look like for us for the little itty bitties. And so it was really nice to see that some of the strategies that they were teaching and that they were implementing are some of the strategies that we're already doing. But what was really great is they went just a little bit more in depth. And so I think the nice thing is that we're going to be able to, I'll be able to go back to the teachers, work with them so they can feel more able to really teach that component of structured literacy with the 4 and 3-year-olds. And it does look a little bit different because we know that this age they do it all through play, but we can do this, we can teach it all through play. And it was really energizing just to see how we're going to just move that forward and just get them that even more ready to enter kindergarten. Also, as in pre-K this last year, we adopted 3 new curriculums. Well, 1 full curriculum, which is 3 cheers for pre-K, and then we adopted 2 resource curriculums, and which was Hegarty and the Waterford computer program, which are totally immersed in structured literacy. So our pre-K classrooms are already getting those kids ready, and they worked really hard this year, and we saw really gains in our ECOT data, which is our assessment data that we do with our pre-K, BOY, MOY, and EOY. And so we saw a lot of gains this year. I think we saw more gains this year than we have seen in the years that we've been doing this. And so they really have been implementing this very strongly. And I think this was a great conference to really go to, so we could just solidify what we're doing.
So I'm Kelly Zanita, and I'm the literacy coach at Central Elementary, and so I was able to attend last week. One of the things that Ms. Manila had mentioned and I mentioned too was networking. Like, it was so wonderful to go in there and just meet with people who have the same thoughts and ideas and frustrations that we have going into this. So one of the schools that was chosen from the PED as a model elementary school for structured literacy is just next door in Deming. And the principal there was actually my principal when I taught there for 7 years. So she's like, Kelly, let's get together. You get your K1 teachers, they can come in and observe. These other teachers, our 3-5, we have a state coach coming in that's gonna guide our 3-5. Let's work smarter, not harder. Let's collaborate, let's get together. And so she's like, I'm gonna call you. So that was wonderful. So we feel that this is just another way, I mean, we have Silver right next door, to get our kids where they need to be, to collaborate. We're all in the same boat, regardless of what district we're in. We did focus, like, Cindy talked a little bit about the upper grades. Using that structured literacy in upper grades looks a little bit different. You know, we have vocabulary, we have comprehension, we need to use novels, but we can make it apply for them at their level. But just back to that networking, it was just wonderful to sit in rooms with teachers from Gadsden, we had teachers from Deming, we had Silver was there, there were there was a ton. There was a lot of us there. And just, every breakout session that I went to, I tried to sit at a different table with people that I didn't know for that reason. Just so that I could, like, connect with them. Where are you? What are you doing? What do you teach? Give me your email. So anyway, it was just a wonderful 3 days. Lots of learning.
I think what I got out of it too is that I didn't realize that there's so much support out there. Like, when I heard the structured literacy, I'm like starting to Google things and like going through all the stuff that Wendy had in Google and things like that. And they have stuff on the website. Like, there's classes that us teachers can take and don't get stipends for. And it's just to have us up to date with, you know, what's going on now. And you can do it for math or with language arts. So that's something that I'm definitely going to delve into.
I think the other thing that the training did for us is we had several meetings with the coaches and myself. Again, moving away from maybe some of the curriculum that we've been using and focusing more on the structured literacy. How are we going to do that? So we had created some, what were those called? It's some frameworks for K through 2, 3 through 5, 6 to 8, and 9 through 12 on what their language arts blocks would look like. And so I think what the training did for us too is validate that we were on the right track. And we did meet with the principals on that too. So, yeah. All right. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. I'd like to make a comment. Sure. This is more in depth of any consideration we've had to curriculum. So I really appreciate the input, and it gives me great faith that we're going in a direction, not only that the state is important, but it's going to follow through from elementary school all the way across and then go to the high school. So thank you very much for your presentation.
Okay. Mr. President, I'd like to, and board members, I'd like to give her some information on an educational fellows report, and if I can get my screen on there like everybody else did, or let's see. Victor, I might need some help. Oh, it's not what I want. But, okay. I got it, Victor, now, I think. I got it. Thank you. Thank you. Well, I thought I had it.
Oh, sir, you need to join the meeting on your laptop so you'll be able to share the screen. I'll add you really quick. 1 second.
Okay.
And then I think Victor needs to do the pinning. Doesn't Victor need to do the pinning? Yes. Yeah.
Right here.
Oh, well, we used this for a long time. Google Meet.
It's actually very beneficial at the end of primary to join this.
Thank you, Victor.
This is like radio or performance. Technical difficulties roll out for some time.
I'm doing just like now. There you go. Thank you, Victor. All right, so I have a little bit of information to share. So prior to leaving Las Cruces, my neighbor, one of the directors, mentioned to me that she was doing educational fellows for the district. And I said, well, what is that? She explained that she applied through a grant through the New Mexico Public Education Department to get 30 fellows for the district. Move this out of the way. So I said, well, that sounds like something we might be able to use at Cobre. So I put an initial application in, and we were told about a week and a half ago that we were awarded 15 of these. So we're going to be getting more information here in the next couple of weeks, and hopefully Amber Romero, who's the project manager for this program, will be able to present at the next board meeting. So I just want to share what this means. So an Educator Fellow is a 2-year program managed by New Mexico PED. The program uses funds made available through the American Rescue Plan Act. That's basically to help kids recover from the pandemic. So its goals are to improve student-to-teacher ratios in small group instruction, targeted intervention, high-dosage tutoring, and one-on-one support. So it's meant to supplement what's going on in the classrooms already. It's also to create a new teacher educator pathways for schools in New Mexico, along with the other things that the governor is doing for education. So to build a better educator workforce. So the Educator Fellows program will create opportunities for those interested in becoming educators in the districts. So it's going to help fund recruitment and retention. So what this means for the grant, that will be reimbursed for up to $32,500 per fellow per year for a total of 2 years of salary and benefits. So we've been awarded tentatively 15 of those. So about $480,000. So this also includes reimbursement of $4,000 in stipends, $1,000 a semester in stipends. So to help those fellows go to college, they're going to have to go to college while they're doing this position. And then it also covers background checks and licensing fees. So we haven't officially talked about this because we don't have an official award letter, but I've been told that we're going to get 15, and if we have more people, that we can possibly get up to 20. So anyone with a high school diploma or equivalent pursuing a degree in education that wants to seek a degree in education can apply for this. So we can make the parameters, but basically someone that's within 2 or 3 years of completing an educator program. So it's going to give them, the fellows are going to have some flexibility with their schedule. They'll have full benefits, including retirement and health, and the stipend that goes to help with college. And it's going to give them hands-on experience in our classrooms, but also help our teachers with smaller group sizes. And they'll get also coaching and feedback too. So that's the information I have, and I'm hoping that Ms. Romero will be able to come present to us and give us an award letter by the 27th, our board meeting on the 27th. Does anyone have any questions about the fellows program? And I gave everyone a handout on this too.
Will they be required to put in so many years within the district in order to be part of it? Let's say, for example, they finish their degree, and will they be required to complete maybe 2 or 3 years?
That's something that we're going to have to put together, and I think we can decide that before our next meeting, but I think it's going to be a big help for us. So we might have EAs right now that are interested in becoming educators, and so they'll have to move out of that position. This is a separate type of position. So it's going to open up more positions in our district too. But it's basically $480,000 a year for 2 years. Should help.
That's pretty incredible. And includes benefits and everything.
Yes.
Very beginning. That's very.
So I'm excited. I think this will help all of our schools.
Help our schools, help the
Yes. So once we get more information about this, we can bring it back on the 27th, and then we can start posting for these positions as well.
That's excellent. Okay, that moves us to item B.
So Jackie is going to present on the new auditor selection.
Mr. President, members of the board, just wanted to give you some information on our RFP for audit services. We issued an RFP on June the 7th, and it will close on July the 5th. The legal notice for the RFP will be in the Silver City Daily Press, the Deming Highlight, and the Las Cruces Sun News. They'll be in all 3 of them. And the evaluation for the proposals will be done on July 8th by the audit committee. And at that time, we'll select who we're going to recommend. That recommendation will be brought to you by me on that next board meeting, which is July the 25th. At that point, with the board's approval, we will award the contract on July 26th. And we will also be reaching out to maybe Aramillo and Associates.
They were very interested in.
Yeah, so the RFP is out, and so if they, you know, if anybody that would be interested, like I said, it is in all 3 newspapers. Anybody have any questions?
I have a question. Typically, how long can we contract with an auditor before changing?
3 years.
3 years?
3 years, yeah. And it goes year by year basis for a total of 3 years.
So is this contract going to be a 3-year contract, or is it going to be a 1-year extendable?
Well, it goes, it's supposed to be like for about 3 years, but if we have any kind of issues, then we do it like I said, 1 year at a time.
I think it's renewed every year, isn't it?
Yeah, it can get renewed, but after the 3rd year, that's when we put it out for an RFP.
Okay.
I talked to the state auditors, and they did say that we should renew it every year, even though it is a 3-year contract.
Even though it's a 3-year, but we renew it.
Yes, because the state regulations have us do that every year.
Well, it is renewed every year, but we don't have to put it as for an RFP.
No, but it has to be approved by the board.
Right, yes.
Thank you, Jackie.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Thank you, Jackie. Moves us to Superintendent Report.
So Mr. Aaron Lewis would like to union report.
Thank you, board, for having me tonight. First thing I want to share with you guys is the information I shared with you regarding the CARES Act that was put together by Dr. Brian Stewart. He did want me to pass along to Cobre that he commended Cobre for
being one of the model schools in the state for how you use your, the protective equipment and the way the money is spent on the protective equipment. And so they highlight and cover it on the meetings to say that that was a good way to use the protective equipment. We are currently working on the CBA for we have a date set for the certified staff. The non-certified staff, because of the issues with the steelworkers union, the state is working on figuring out what we need to do, if we can incorporate them into NEA, New Mexico, or if they're going to stay with the steelworkers, because the steelworkers don't have any local representation. And so they're figuring that out. If the state says that they have to do their own negotiations, or they have to decertify in order to join the NEA, then if they have to decertify, then we're going to recommend that they get their own leadership in order to do contract negotiations with you. If they don't have to decertify, we can just incorporate them into the NEA, then we will do the non-certified and certified staff negotiations. Or we should know like within a week or not which way that's going to go. And then the last thing is for the convocation, I'm still working on getting Mary Par Sanchez, which is head of NEA in Mexico, to come and speak at our convocation. Any questions?
Thank you for presenting.
Thank you. So is there a time frame to make those decisions regarding the non-certified stuff?
They're kind of in limbo right now because the local decertified in 2014, so the steelworkers took them with them at that point in time and handled the negotiations. But the steelworkers in Las Cruces have stated that like they're open to the NEA Cobre taking them in under our umbrella, but we don't want to do it if it's going to decertify.
What's the difference in certified unions?
Because it was negotiated, and Toy, you might know better than me, but the non-certified staff are represented by the steelworkers union, and we're represented by NEA. So to decertify, we would have to kill the steelworkers union. And if that ends up being the option, we're not going to do that. I've been in contact with somebody in the non-certified staff to let them know that you guys are going to need to come up with your own union member, your own union president in order to handle your negotiations if they want you to decertify, because we will weaken you guys by decertifying. If we can just take them in because there's not a lot of activity in the union, then we'll just take them in. But that particular question is being presented right now to the state union board to see how to handle that, because it's a very unique situation because of the decertification here of the steelworkers union, and they had to move them to the Las Cruces steelworkers union. So I don't have.
I almost think that they will have to decertify in order to become a part of another union.
Right.
And so that is where it becomes real tricky as to.
And so we won't decertify the non-certified staff. We'll encourage them to build up their membership.
Mm-hmm. And typically, other schools, do they have a separate union representing the non-certified?
It depends on what the school board did way back when the union was formed within the school district, because some schools have what they call a wall-to-wall wall-to-wall union. That means they cover everything, all certified and non-certified staff. And then there's other ones where they just cover the certified staff.
And it was that way here when Steelworkers was a real strong union.
And that probably goes from the 50s, and I'm
Yes.
guessing is when it was started, because the steelworkers were very strong.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next on the agenda, Ms. Davis is going to talk about staffing, the job fair, substitute orientation, and permanent substitutes.
Thank you, Victor. Mr. President, members of the board, just to give you guys some updates, I haven't given you an update since back in January, the last one, I think. So right now, again, fiscal year July 1st to 21st, end of year right now, we're at 200, and at the end of the year, we're 269 employees. We had 23 resignations, 13 retirements, 7 non-renewals, and 1 termination. And so that's where we are ending the fiscal school year at this point. Also, this is our staffing needs right now. If it says pending, it's because they've interviewed and they have offered positions to staff. So some of them are already being filled as we speak. And I put pending just so you know that they were open positions, but we are, our principals are diligently, we got like 2 huge files of applicants that they were able to really go through and interview, and they're not quite done. They still have some more interviews scheduled, but as they interview and are offering positions, I'm putting pending. That way we know which ones are already being filled. So we have still quite a few. We have, I think Bayard will be pretty much complete because they have 1 pending. They do need a lunch monitor. If they don't know anybody, they still need a lunch monitor. Those are kind of hard because they're like for a couple of hours a day. So if anybody that wants to work for a couple hours every day, that's already in a position. Central, I know Mrs. Badu has interviewed, was looking at some of the interviews too, and I think she might have that one, might be pending as well, but I wasn't able to get a hold of her today. She was out of district. Cobre still needs 4 positions, 2 assistants and a language arts teacher, and the language arts teacher is pending. If we accept the transfer for one of her language arts teachers to a different position. So it depends if that gets accepted or not for her to fill that position and read coach. And then Hurley, again, she's filled that position, so she needs a lunch monitor just like Bayard. So again, it's just a 2-hour a day position that we need to fill. San Lorenzo, that one is already going to be filled too, just pending. Still middle school, he's still interviewing for math, language arts, interventionist, and deaf and hard of hearing. And the rest of them are pending at that school. And at the district level, we are looking for an executive administrative assistant, 2 groundkeepers, an attendance success coach, and a social worker, and that one is pending as well. Okay, they're interviewing already for that one. To fill that position.
Okay. Can I ask a question on the staffing?
Yeah, let me go back. Okay. Yes.
There's been presentations here by IT, and certainly I'm an advocate of growing our staff for IT more than just 2. But
Yes, we're doing IT. I left it off, but IT is another position that we're needing to fill.
You're looking at 1 or 2?
I think right now they have an opening for 1.
So there's 24 total positions
Yes.
that we're looking for.
We have 10 certified and 13 non-certified, this 1 more for IT.
Since you have this.
And the central position, I forgot to tell you guys, that is, I put class reduction there because it's actually an extra teacher that was, that we're going to be placing there using Title IV funding to do a class reduction to make a smaller classroom. So that is a new position that we're adding at central.
I have a question.
I think there was a question.
Let's go ahead. The deaf and hard of hearing teacher, will they be having like small classes students who need those services? It's one student that right now that is needing those services. And so we have to have someone to help that student. And so that's why we have that position. It's a very difficult position to fill because we don't have expertise. People with those expertise, they do have to have a license in that area in order to be able to live with the student. They can't like go to school.
Might have to be a special ed. Might you have to get a license for a special ed teacher with a specialty in ESL.
ALS.
Is it? I mean, I guess that one.
So, yeah, so that's a specialty license. You get a teaching license with a specialty in this on there to be able to do it. Did that answer? Okay.
And I had a question, but going back to the people who are leaving our district. You guys created the exit interview, which I appreciate. Back in April, we had talked about getting the exit interview data to the board without identifiable information, and you were going to ask Kennedy about it?
I did. I gave you a response. Remember, it was a written response.
Did you email it to us?
I handed it to you guys at that board meeting. I can print it out and give it to you. Or email it to you.
Okay, thanks.
Yeah, if I could get it too, I don't remember getting it.
I was sick for a week in April, so.
So that made it, I'll email it to you.
Okay, thank you.
And I don't remember getting that either. I missed one meeting last
I
time.
think you were here because I sat there and I handed, I don't think you were here, but I can send it out to all the board members.
Thank you.
Is that okay? I'll send it out to you. And the Luncheon Dr. Selection, so you're updated as well.
Thank you.
Any questions on that one before I go on? So I know that we are moving to looking at permanent substitutes. And this one right now, we're hoping to be able to place 2 at the bigger schools, 3 at the middle school, because that's our biggest school right now, and 1 at the smaller schools. That one right now, it's not set in stone. We are looking at our funding sources for this, and if we have enough funding, we will be able to do this. So I know that Ms. Varela is working on updating the CARES one, and if it's possible, this is what we're hoping to do, to also have that support. And these will not be set subs in the classroom. They'll be at the school, and so if someone is needing them, they're already at school, they're assigned to that school, and they'll be rotating to whatever area is needed within their school. Okay. So again, that'll be if we're able to fund that.
I have a question about that. So they're going to have to like report every day to school?
Every day, because there's always a need.
Right, and so if they're going to be, that sounds more like an employee, will they be receiving benefits?
They'll be like
a contract?
They'll be like a temporary employee, unless they work 90 consecutive days in one classroom, they won't be eligible for benefits.
Because they'll be rotating to different areas.
So like a long-term?
Be very similar to a long-term, but we called it permanent. So they'll be assigned to a school. Each school gave me the average number of absences they have on a day, and so that's kind of how we determine this.
And it'll help them without having to, be so stressed out with security. Next thing is, do people have to apply for positions, or we'll be probably posting it and then looking at it, and then the schools will be probably reviewing people that are in and will work out in their schools, because we know that we have certain subs that work at certain schools day in and day out, and there's some subs that are okay going to any of the schools, so we'll be looking at all of that. We don't have all the logistics planned, but I know that we'll have something put together if this comes out for us. Okay, and we'll be doing the posting for that. And then I know we kind of already spoke a little about this with the presentation that we did earlier. We are planning a substitute job fair on June the 23rd, along with some of our other positions that we need to fill, and we went ahead and added that, because we were hoping to get more, but mainly for the substitutes, but also to help out with the other positions we need. And we're also, and that'll be June 23rd, and it'll be at Bayard Elementary, and it'll be from 10 to 6, and we will be putting out a flyer with all the information out to the district, to Cobre. We are using the new system called Read that will reach up a lot more people throughout the areas. So we'll be posting there as well as our websites and within the district, and we'll be putting flyers here and in Silver, because we never know what people from Silver want to come over to. And then also we'll be, these are the days that we'll be doing substitute training. Oh, thank you so very much.
sorry guys, not allergies. And so July 18th, from 9 to 12, July 28th from 4:30 to 7:30, and August 12th from 1 to 4. And again, this will be a required training for all our substitutes. We want to update them. This is where our principals will be able to come and talk to them for specifics on their schools, but then we also have some training that they will be going through to help them out when they're studying in our schools. And this will take place at the Cobre High School library for each one, for all three of them. Any questions on that one? Okay, so that's my update for you guys. Anybody has any other questions?
Yes, the last one, do you have, a list of the different, or maybe just about that, the substitute orientation topics? We're gonna be covered, did you just do that?
I just gave you the dates. We're gonna be putting an agenda together of what's gonna be covered. And so that's in the works right now. Okay, and we will have that posted as well for you guys.
Mr. President, board members, I'd like to share my screen also and go through the rest of my superintendent report.
I'm gonna run out to the living room.
Thank you, Victor. So going through the board policies, I noticed that we need to do a self-evaluation, and I know that you've talked about doing that. So I couldn't find an instrument, so I made an instrument, and I thought maybe I would present that to you first because you may want to look it through the instrument that I created. I think that should be on your table there. It's a rubric. It has all of the areas from the board policy in the rubric. What I can do is we can do this during the retreat tonight, or we can postpone it and revise this if you'd like to.
We have a retreat tonight.
Did you ever get to sleep in bed?
I didn't, but I was, I looked at the NMSBA website. They have a training module for boards to do self-evaluations, and since we're members, it'll be free.
I saw that.
And they help us figure out who should evaluate us, because it shouldn't be just us, right? It should be other people. And I just saw that and thought that might be a good idea, because they talk about research-based best practices, which I didn't know they had that at the school board level. I hear that a lot in teaching, but they have criteria, generating data. I just thought that would be something maybe we could.
Well, I made that just in case. We can hold off on that if you'd like to.
I don't know. I'd like to see it done.
It covers all the areas that were on the policy. They
Maybe
give us a good
we
idea.
could do this and the training module at a later
I think
time.
so. I think we do it every year. We probably need to be doing it every year. So I just brought that up. If you want to do it, if you guys want to talk about it, or if you want to postpone it, it's up to you. I'm just bringing it to you. We really need to do it yearly at least, though.
And I think the earlier it's done, the more focused we can be on the direction, because this covers much of our responsibility. And we can highlight areas where we're okay and areas where we're at a deficit.
I'm for doing it tonight.
I recommend that we do it tonight at the end of our meeting tonight.
Sure.
Okay, that'll give us an idea of, and I can calculate everything and bring it back to you next time if you'd like me to. Okay. So I've made a copy of my entry plan. I know that's a lot of information and I've given it to you before. I just want to kind of just give you an overview of what I'm doing. And so this entry plan is designed to help me gather information over my first 120 days. So there's intentional transition activities to listen and learn. And then I'm going to provide a summary report, not only to the board, but also to the community at the conclusion. And so all stakeholders are going to be involved: students, parents, community members, staff, administrators. So I added a section because I did kind of do a pre-entry plan. I spent 7 days here getting to know you, the administrators, visiting all the schools, which was a great experience. So my next phase is the listening phase, which is going to be 45 days, then the learning phase, 50 days, and then the leading phase. So without going into too much detail, I want to talk about the goals a little bit of this whole entry plan. So I'm going to gather data, organizational data, which I've started to do, build relationships with all of the stakeholders. So I've had a chance to meet with several mayors, community leaders, students. So that's what I would plan to do, is build relationships, analyze our strengths and our opportunities for growth, build on enthusiasm for the district's vision and mission, and then hopefully our strategic plan that we're planning on doing after my entry plan, and then maintain continuity of the culture that's already in place for student achievement and student learning. So learning about the data, understanding the feedback. So I'll be well informed. You'll be well informed of our academics, our culture, and financial information from the district. We'll be in a position to support teaching and learning, become familiar with the current culture of Cobre School District, really gain a sense of trust with just the board, the staff, and the community. I think that's important. And then really begin participating in the community. So I did some home visits last Friday and Saturday. There's a family that I visited in Hurley on the slide up there. So personal introduction, conversations, home visits, building relationships. During this listening phase, I'll also be developing a district cabinet or a district administrative team, and then also hosting a leadership summit for the building principals. So as you can see, there's Mayor Bosch. I had a chance to meet with him, and then some of the kids that work downtown from our high school. Okay, and then next here is a handout of our organizational chart. I don't know if you've seen this before. I just wanted to share it with you. I made you a large copy.
I've never seen one of these before.
Well, it's been here, and so kind of shows the admin structure and then also the school structure. And so we'll post this, and I'll actually hand this out to staff members as well.
So the people that work like maintenance or custodians or
so that's Deputy Superintendent, Operations and Transportation. So that falls underneath of him.
Yeah, but as assigned to the schools.
So I think it's kind of a combination. He supports some of the building principals do also.
Okay.
I might be mistaken, just you.
He oversees that department, and then he sends them out to the schools as work orders are needed. And so they go out to, they're given the work orders to go out to the schools to do whatever is needed. He's the one that evaluates them and oversees them.
And custodians are assigned to the schools.
The custodians are assigned to the schools. If you look at the organizational chart,
Yes.
if you look at the schools themselves, everybody that's under the principal, that is who the principal supervises. So just the same thing as the other administrative, if there's anybody underneath, that's who they supervise.
Okay. Thank you.
Anybody else have any questions about the organizational charts?
And on them, if you guys look at them, there is a TBD on there, and those are the positions that you saw earlier that I presented. So there's a TBD and 50 positions that are needed.
So I worked with the principals and also the district administrators to come up with a theme for this upcoming school year. So they have several choices to choose from, and then they could actually give me some choices also. So the theme for the upcoming year is expect the best and get it. That's the school theme that, well, that's the district theme, and then each school can have their own theme that actually works into that also. So we'll use that for our convocation and other events throughout the year.
I like that.
So we'll try to get you guys a t-shirt also that has that information on it too. So starting tomorrow, we're having school support meetings. So all of our district admin team will meet with each school, our admin team with each school individually, to get a prioritized list of the needs for each building. So technology needs, maintenance needs, curriculum, human resources, finance, and nutrition. So they'll bring us a prioritized list for each of those areas, and then our admin team will have a chance to work on those and get them completed for them. So I worked in a district a few years back that was something the superintendent did, and I thought it was very beneficial. So that's what we're here for, to support the schools. So hopefully we can get everything done. Some of them may have a long list, but that's the plan, to make sure we get everything done as much as possible by the time school starts.
I think also giving them that opportunity to put that forward kind of empowers them to be more proactive, rather than waiting until something breaks down or a circumstance comes up. So,
well, the building principals probably know a lot more about what's going on in the building than we do. Yep. So we'll try to prioritize those things also from our point.
A big change from reaction.
So something that I worked with our parent liaison, Ms. Mirren, and some of the parents. We had a meeting last week, just an introductory meeting about having a Summerfest activity, and I think we've got more parents that are going to join us this week. It's a back to school event for students and parents and staff. July 30th, we put as a tentative date at the high school parking lot. Games, free food, backpacks, and school supplies. Free t-shirts for each student. So we're going to meet again this week to plan a little bit more. We just had a general meeting last week, and had a lot of people interested, staff members interested, and we've got a few parents and community members that are going to join us this week too. But just to really get everybody motivated to go back to school.
July 1st?
Pardon me? July 30th from 10 to 3. That's the tentative information that we came up with last week, and we're going to make some more definite plans this week as far as funds that we need to raise. We also talked about doing immunizations, free haircuts, we had a variety of things that we brainstormed with last week, so hopefully in the next couple of weeks we'll have better plans on what that'll look like. We've got the women's club of Silver City is interested in donating most of the backpacks, and the mine's going to work with us too.
There's another gentleman from Santa Clara that been working before to donate backpacks, and give you his name. His name is Robert Padilla.
I have him on my list.
Okay, he's one that wanted to have me make contact with you. They're very interested in doing the backpacks as well.
Okay, great. So I think this will be a great motivational for the staff, for the students, families, just get everybody motivated to come back to school. Stipends, you have a handout on our current stipends. And some of these are tied to grants, so they'll go away after the grant goes away. But we have a good number of stipends. And I thought you should be able to see this information.
I was confused by some of them because they seem like they tie directly to a position, for instance, reading coach. Wouldn't that be somebody that we hired as a reading coach? Or is that something that another teacher would do?
They apply for the position, they're not hired into the positions. Those are grant funded, so those would go away when the grant funding is.
So is the stipend the salary or is that in addition to the
In
salary?
addition to their salary.
So why would we have a stipend for somebody who's
Because
been
they
hired?
work additional days.
They work
They
additional
work
days?
10 additional days.
And who, the bilingual, are those the Spanish teachers?
Anybody that's bilingual.
Anyone who has a bilingual endorsement.
And it's all our bilingual.
So that would be like Spanish teachers, do they have to be bilingual? Or so on their contract, they should have like a stipend?
Yes, they
line?
have, it's not included in their salary, so they'll have the base salary. And then down below is the stipend, and then we'll say by the stipend and the amount, or it'll have like the coaching the amount, because it's not part of their salary, it's in addition to.
And the student council and yearbook, is that at every school?
No.
Oh.
They have at the high school, and they have in the not necessarily the
Oh.
still those that if they have them.
So the student council
Mostly
sponsor at the high school would have $1,000 stipend on their contract? And yearbook is high school as well? Not middle school?
But all the schools have yearbooks, so how does that work?
Usually with the yearbook at the elementary schools, a photographer that comes and takes pictures will put together their yearbook, and then, if the school takes pictures, they submit them, they just give them to the photographer, and they put the yearbook together, not so much like the high school that the kids actually put the yearbook together, they have kids at watch activities. So it's a little different the way that the elementaries are done, in our district. We don't have, like people that actually have to go and be reporters or bring back pictures or write stories or do things like that you see in the big yearbooks like the high school. So it's just, if you look at the elementary, it's mostly just pictures of the kids that the photographer puts together. They have a yearbook, kind of a little plan, and then they ask for a couple of pictures throughout the year from the principal and submit them. They put the yearbook together. Like I said, it's mostly just pictures and a few activities that they do.
And in your packet, there's a sheet on a class fundraiser. I just wanted to let you know about that. It's for the class of 2024. They're going to be doing prom and graduation. I just wanted to let you know about that. And then just wanted to update you that we're going to be making some changes with the website. Victor and I have met, and Daniel, as well as I've talked to all the principals, and they have a designated person at their school that we're going to work on updating our website. Just making sure all the stakeholders have access to information. And like it says on this slide, provide timely, engaging, and current information to our parents, students, staff, and community. And hopefully we can attract new students and families to the district by having a good website as well.
I think that's invaluable. I mean, there's so many questions that can be answered before them coming here, but I'd like to see something there that relates to the construction projects. There's a lot of questions that come up related to that.
We'll get that posted pretty quickly.
And where Jackie's working on that, Jackie.
But this project may take a while. We'll probably start with the district website and then work with each school, but we've talked to the company, and so it may take a little bit of time. So collective bargaining agreement, I met with Maggie and met with you guys earlier today, and of course he mentioned a few things. So certified bargaining is going to be with teachers, nurses, social workers, counselors, occupational therapists, and librarians. So we're past due on our collective bargaining agreement. So we're going to be putting together teams, the district team and then the union team. And then our plan is to meet on the 22nd of June to talk about the guidelines. And from there, we're going to decide what we can and can't negotiate. And salaries are one thing that we can't negotiate until the end of this next school year. We'll bring back some proposals, counter proposals, and then non-certified agreement will be expiring this school year as well. So we'll have to start thinking about that too. But the initial bargaining will be with certified staff.
So is there a contract in place now?
It expired in the end of 2021.
What was that? I didn't hear you, I'm sorry.
That we didn't negotiate that because we were still partly in COVID and partly out of COVID. And that's why we didn't negotiate that in 19 and 20 because of COVID. Go ahead.
The state had a lawsuit that prevented any negotiations for vendor contracts.
Mm-hmm.
And that prohibited us
In
from.
19 and 20, that negotiations. So we still have a contract that we're carrying. It hasn't been negotiated.
So we are operating under a contract?
We have a CBA that.
Yes.
That we do operate.
Okay. And that will remain in place for how long? At least right now?
It's supposed to be looked at yearly. It has been looked at yearly.
They're going to copy of that contract.
Sure. So we've talked about the back of the district office here. The fenced-in area has a lot of old buses and cars. And I went out there today, and there's over 20 automobiles and buses. So we've talked about doing a district auction. We're going to meet later this week and talk about it. Got a lot of things in the storage shed back there that are, really just out in the yard back there, old chairs and tables and things. So we talked about doing an auction to clean up. We have a lot of things that haven't been used in years back there.
And can I make a comment? I don't drive down that road, so I don't see it. I saw back there, and it just blows my mind how we've neglected our property for so long. We're the bad neighbor who has all the junk in their yard and their weeds so high. And I know this isn't on you because you're new here, but I don't understand how we've allowed it to be neglected for as long as it has.
I know that the old vehicles and all of that stuff, there's something that we need to go through. The same thing with property. I know we've been trying to deal with the property of the old school in San Lorenzo and stuff. And there's something that we have to go through the approval from the state for that.
Well, I've been working with Terry. She's out for a few days, and George, and we're gonna make a plan on Thursday. So we'll have a plan. So you should expect it to be cleaned up soon.
Thank you. Thank you.
And the other part of that too is that we're responsible for the inventory, and there should be an inventory of all the stuff, and to let it sit and rot and depreciate, regardless of what the steps are that we need to take to sell them, we should be jumping through the hoops to get it sold at the best recovery that we can get, rather than waiting until they get blown up with fireworks or whatever else happens. But what scares me too, and along the lines of you stepping into this, the schools look much better now that before school opens up than they have in a long time. The schools look like the yards have been worked on. There's more weed containment, and
I think a lot of that's the principals and the staff.
That is incredible, because before we've had the committee from the I don't remember what the beautification committee doing the work for us. That's how bad it's been. But what scares me are the buildings. What the heck is in there, and what are we going to do? I've never seen. I mean, we could be in a television program for hoarding. And that's what
We're gonna start with the auction and see how that goes. Hopefully we can get the back area, the fenced area cleaned up and start there.
I appreciate that direction. It's long overdue, and I think it's also an opportunity to get the community engaged in that as well. They might benefit from it in terms of desks for their kids at school, in their rooms and chairs. And
we'll follow the correct procedure that the state gives us as far as getting rid of everything. So next up is, you probably saw there's a packet from a law firm, so for our special education department to have access to an attorney. So I just want to let you know that I was going to continue with this retainer that they normally use for extra questions and help with the special education program.
I didn't notice those being specific to special ed.
It does say special education on there somewhere. I'm not sure where it's at exactly, but I don't see it now, but it is just for special education.
I don't mind it being applicable to a broader scale service than just special ed, but it should be specific if it is specific.
Well, it is, and Melissa gave this to me, and I don't see it on here where it said that.
So you can just have that.
Okay. I think that's all I have to report. Anybody have any questions?
I appreciate the report.
It's, again, kudos to the direction that we're going, that we're not, I'm looking forward to the day that we have a strategic plan and that can be very well incorporated into the agenda. But until then, I think this is really a good direction. I really like the presentation on the curriculum that was presented, and I think those are areas that look forward for us looking at.
I feel like we're going to be fully staffed and principals are going to have their buildings ready.
You know, it's amazing. It's absolutely amazing because the turnover rate is high. This was presented, it was 18.5%. And it's not something that's easily overcome. I mean, you come with the talents of HR, with finance, with administration, and it's and you're putting them all to work. And the community input is refreshing. It's refreshing, and I think it's going to make the students and the parents engage at a level that we haven't seen in a while. That's really awesome.
I think the whole staff is working really hard. I know we have some folks waiting to do our retreat, but we do have well, we have another public input. I don't think we have to wait for that.
There's a
we do,
oh, yeah, that's
we do need to go into executive.
Okay. There's your recommendation, do you hear more? Yes. I make a motion to remove the personnel matters that's stated under 10. Here's the recommendation, do you hear motion? Do you hear a second?
Second.
Second, motion by Mr. Guadiana, second by Ms. Murillo. Any other questions before that? Take a vote. Mr. Guadiana?
Aye.
Myself, yes. Mr. Cordova?
Yes.
Ms. Murillo?
Yes.
We're closed. It is
Good to see you.
7:40.
Go into my office.
Sure.
Turn it off the big camera. Yeah. Hopefully it won't take long.
Good to see you. Good to see you too.
Gardela. Already dead yet, Kevin. Cooper me habló ahorita.
Shit, I gotta go.
Yo estoy aquí ahorita.
Can you see that?
Hey, Cooper me habló ahorita. Yo no sé si quieres hablarle a ver qué quería o qué. Yo estaba en el mini y no le pude contestar. En el mini todavía. Okay. Bye. I'll be here for the rest of the night. Dijo.
Huh?
And I'll be here for the rest of the night.
No shit, I gotta go. On the road all day. Hello, is this Stevie? I'm sorry. Who am I talking to? On or night?
That's, some limited personnel item. No action was taken at that time.
Oh, never mind.
Okay.
We're back.
So I have a meeting this week with Regina and also the, another association also, so I can have more information about that.
Okay, and options, if it is that there is the possibility of losing the money or somehow getting it restricted, options, if we could come up with a list of options, if it is that it seems like the gym cannot be constructed within the time frame.
Okay, I have gotten a little information, but I'll just bring all that back to you and we'll present it to you on the 27th.
And it may not necessarily be a list of options. It can be simply, this is what we need to do to decide what it is we're gonna do if we do an alternative.
Okay. Okay, so we'll have that for you on the 27th. I'll also, hopefully I'll have an award letter for the Educational Fellows Program, and then I'll have the person from HED come and present also. And then, so we need the first reading of the 200 policies and then the second reading of the 100 policies also, right?
First reading of the 100.
First reading of the 100.
First reading of the 100, I'm sorry.
And actually, they're not 100s, they're B something.
B policies?
B's, yeah, B's.
Okay, and then the first reading of the 200 also.
There's no more hundreds.
I mean, 200,
It would be C.
It's human resources, right? It's the section on human resources.
Yes, but we haven't even started those.
Excuse me, are you guys back in session?
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah, we've been trying to call, but no one answers their phone. You might have to start because we didn't get that on the recording.
Oh.
Okay, we went into executive at 7:40 and we came back at 7:56. And no action was taken at that time. You hear me, Victor?
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Okay. Yeah, we need the first reading of the 100 and then if we, well, but what used to be the 100. And then, that'll put it, it'll be just the first reading.
On the 27th, okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
And it has to be each policy individually, and that's gonna take a long time.
No. We just do the whole thing in one. The readings, we'll do all of them in one shot, of all the B's. In one reading.
It's gonna be just a meeting for that, because it's not gonna be something you can do within.
Oh, we are going to read them?
Yeah.
Once we go through all the 100, we can do the first reading for the, the B's or whatever they're gonna be now, but, all in one,
But you don't have to go through with each one.
each policy, no,
Yes, I do.
no.
You have to read each
When,
policy.
when we do the first reading of it, that gives the public or you or anybody a chance to go through that whole section of that B section.
So they get to, they read it on their own?
Yes. Yeah, they don't do it here.
So our new policies,
Our Bs, no.
our new Bs will be posted online for people to review
Yes,
and maybe hard copies here as well.
I guess.
For them to
They can do
review.
that too.
So in between the first and the second reading, they will have time
And-
on their
and-
own to go
And
and read.
actually, they have two, because we do the first reading, then we do the second reading, and then we approve at the third. So they have two, almost 4 weeks to look at.
And it'll be the changes that we've already
Yeah.
made.
Yes, because we do the first reading, and then our next meeting is 2 weeks later. You do the second reading, and then they got 2 more weeks before we do the third reading. At the third reading, we approve.
So could we start on the next section while we're doing these readings?
Yes, yes.
So we can start planning, on the 27th, we can start planning for the next section.
For the
For the
MCCs.
Yeah.
That's human resources.
Yeah.
Okay, okay. And then also for next, if the, finance committee looks at this and approves the salary schedule, we can discuss that also.
And along with the salary schedule, we could address the issues about the no hours being listed on the paychecks. And I also heard that some cases there are no pay stubs.
What do you mean by no hours on the pay?
You know, you get your check and it shows how many hours you got, and then, and.
Like your accrued hours or your leave?
No,
hours or-
no, the hours you worked.
Oh, the hours you worked.
Hours you worked.
I've got a question. You just stated that, the salaries will go through the committee and they'll approve? They don't approve.
They will recommend.
They don't approve, they recommend to the board, right?
Right, right.
Okay, yeah, well, I misunderstood you maybe.
But how will that affect our budget that we submitted to the state?
It won't, not because, the salary schedule will be, its first increment will be next year, not this year.
No, it
Yeah.
would have to be this year, because the teachers get raises this year. In September.
But the salary schedule should reflect that to begin with. The salary schedule is only for the longevity part of it.
No, so the salary schedule, like I said, if I started this upcoming year in Cobre, I would make $3 more the way it stands now. Which to me is unacceptable. So if we change it in the finance committee to do the 500 or recommend
There you go.
to do the 500 scale, which has been done in the past and which is done in almost every district I've worked in, that's going to affect the operational budget. So would a bar have to be done, or, I mean, I guess that's something you can look into, but.
Now, I didn't develop all those salary schedules, but I know that everybody in the district got an increase from the previous salary.
Mandatory, well, it was
Mandatory.
$10,000.
So, but I think it's.
So
you know,
if
lots to work
I
on.
was, when I was here in the district, year before last, I was making 54,000 maybe. So on this salary schedule, I would have just gone up to 60,000 if I was still level 2. I wouldn't have gotten the increments, which is usually $1,000.
You should have gotten years of experience, 60,000.
$1.
That's what our salary schedule is.
But I'm talking more not like the way the salary schedule goes down with the years. I'm talking more about the way it goes across with years of education. Usually across, a VA is like 50,000, A BA plus 15 is 50,500. A master's, 1,000. Do you understand what I'm saying?
Right, so, but the certified salary schedule was included in the budget that was submitted back in April. So I don't know the procedures, but we probably have to resubmit.
Like a bar budget adjustment request?
But those are the individual contracts.
Yeah.
And
those
that's why I
contracts,
was saying that it wouldn't have an impact.
it wouldn't
this year,
affect until,
the next year.
yeah, 23, 24.
So we're telling our teachers this upcoming year who have master's degrees, who are level 1 or level 2, they are making $3 more than somebody who has a bachelor's degree?
If that's what's already in their contract.
No, that's on the schedule.
I know, but is it on the contract? Because if we write up a new.
The contracts I've seen, yes.
So if we write up a new schedule, are we open to going back to all the contracts? Because that's what we have to
I
happen.
think, as a teacher,
I agree with
yes,
you.
yes, I think that's I don't know. I was out that week, I was sick that week. If I had seen that salary schedule at that time, I would have brought it up. I don't know how it passed.
Actually, it's not that because, see, the state said, okay, now you're gonna do, the level 1s are gonna go to what, 60?
50.
50, okay, and then the level 2s are gonna go to 60. Okay, so see, they've increased $10,000 there. Plus I can't remember, what was it, 2% that the state also gave them, 3% above that.
That's not included in the salary schedule.
But it should be in the salary schedule.
If you let me do a little more research, I will, I'll bring that to the finance committee. See what is that.
Because the level 1s went 10,000 up, level 2s 10,000, and level 4s 10,000. Yeah.
Right, but like.
And then the 3% above that.
So let me show you, this is Silver's from last year. They haven't updated on the website, and I have all those as well, I can show you. So last year in Silver, year 0, certified level 1 made 41,000. Bachelors, no extra hours. Bachelors plus 15, what that means is they got their bachelor's degree and maybe they're working towards a master's. They got 41,500, so they got $500 more. If you had a master's, you got 42,500, so you got $1,500 more as compared to our $3 more. Do you see how that's?
Well,
I mean, and these are state minimums as well at that time. 40, 50, 60 were state minimums.
Yeah.
And so, and Aldo has theirs updated, and it's.
But look at the bottom line of Silver
It's the same
versus ours.
I know, but you have to understand we're competing with those districts to get teachers. And if I had a master's degree and I just graduated from Western, which district am I going to pick? The one that's going to give me $3 more than somebody with a bachelor's, or the one that's going to give me $1,000 more with someone with a bachelor's?
We do have a 4-day work week to offer too. That's an advantage,
But that wasn't part of the negotiations when we switched to 4 days. It wasn't, you guys are going to make less.
right, no, I understand.
And everybody else's salary stayed the same.
Right, so I'm here really advocating for our teachers that we owe them more.
And I agree with her 1,000%, but the argument for the only argument I was making was the salary schedule. Down part of it, that part of it is going to be effective next year. It's not so much effective this year. The side part of it, as you're talking about, I already assume is something that was in the contract. And I don't know if that's what they use to put the current contract, but I didn't
So
see
if someone has a contract that is incorrect because they don't have the right stipends on there, that contract has to get redone, correct? I mean, so contracts can be redone.
If that's gonna happen, then we
I
should
mean,
look at that.
I don't know the logistics behind it, but I'm just here fighting for our teachers that they deserve more.
Yeah. I don't know, I can't.
Can we start at the finance committee next week and talk about this more?
Yeah.
I'll get some background information because I'm coming in the middle of these contracts are already done, and so
Right, okay.
Okay.
and our budget's completed also, so.
And we've gone over our budget the past 4 years, so we better not do that again.
Yeah, our budget's tight right now too.
Already. Okay, anything else for next agenda?
At the checks, yes, the boardroom, the facilities we're using for board meetings, this is too small. I don't know where we're at with the.
I don't either. So we're at over
I
there.
think that the room has been completely redone, waiting on the air conditioning system.
So either we start meeting over there or we go to like the library. We have people sitting outside. It's not meeting the intended purpose of the public participation.
Well, I was gonna ask you at our retreat here, you get to one of these days, if you wanted to rotate schools like you did in the past, I think that'd be nice to go to the other schools, but I don't know how inconvenient that would be for some of you if you want to do that or not.
IT is probably the one that's gonna have the biggest issues with it, but I think it's a great idea.
Well, you know, we've had a lot of communities and visiting these communities the last few days, I think would,
very good.
People in those communities would appreciate it. So maybe we can talk about that at the retreat tonight.
Okay. Anything else? Motion to adjourn. We're adjourned. Yep.
Now we're gonna open for the.
8:13, we adjourn the meeting.
Is that part of our room or?
Put it.
Do you have it outside the agenda? Have a separate agenda for it.
Oh.
No, we can do that, not that. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah, then we move it down. So this part of the agenda of the other meeting, we have the meeting just adjourned.
We're not adjourned. Okay. So where are we?
We're on.
Evaluation. Is Dr. Rendon there? And
We're here. We're here and ready to start whenever you want us to.
Sorry about the delay, guys. We're happy to hear you. But we're happy to hear you.
All right. So can you see us or you can only see the presentation? Is that correct?
Neither.
Oh, we have the presentation up on the screen that we see.
Yeah, that
We don't believe you.
We can see it on our end and we can see you and ourselves.
If your presentation says Cobre District, June 13th, 2022, we see it.
Yes.
The ladies can see their stuff, but we can't see it.
Wait a minute, is that your screen? I mean, is that your slide?
That is my slide. Yeah, that's our slide.
Okay, click to another one, please.
No, Victor has to do the changes. This is Victor's.
Is that yours?
You're good. You're good. Yeah.
We'd love to be good.
I don't have to do anything on my end. It's the presenters.
Yeah,
Oh, well, we can't see them. We can
They have to share their screen.
Excuse me, I am sharing my screen. I think they see the presentation.
Yes, we do.
I see the presentation. I don't think they can see us is what they're saying.
we can't see you, like your face.
Yeah, no, you're just supposed to see the presentation.
Well, Just know we're smiling at all of you guys. There we go.
All right. So are we ready to begin?
Yes.
Okay. All right. Well, so we just want to say we're so glad to be back with you, and we're really happy that you wanted to continue the work that you started a couple of weeks ago or so. And we were so involved in everything that we were doing that evening that we didn't finish everything that we had planned. So that's the reason for us coming to this evening. We know that you've had a long meeting tonight already, and you've discussed a lot of things that have taken a lot of your attention and a lot of work on your part. So we're going to move through pretty quickly. But if there are things that you want us to stop and go over in more detail, we obviously will do that. Or if you say, no, this is too important to continue with tonight, if we get to a certain point and we'd like to do this later, that's fine with us as well. But we wanted to start tonight just by, first of all, reminding everyone of the good work that you did in developing your norms. And so if you, Superintendent, did you all start with these tonight?
We've started the last two meetings with these, and I feel like we really have done well with the norms too.
Okay, great. And so one of the suggestions that we made, which we're really glad to see you following up on, is that at every meeting, before you start every meeting, you go over the norms and you talk about what these norms mean to you. So you can take turns, and each of you take one and then discuss it. So it sounds like you're well on your way to doing that and really working on the norms and keeping them in front of you, because one of the things that you were pretty adamant about when we met with you is that you said you wanted to be the model for the district, that you wanted to model that professionalism that you're expecting from all members of the district and the community. And so one of the ways that you do that is by reminding yourselves and your community about the norms that you adhere to during your meeting. So thank you for doing that, and we're going to move right on into communication.
And so another thing, just the last thing on the norms, is that also every once in a while, see how well you're doing. Just take a little poll, scale of 1 to 5. How well are we doing? So moving on, we're just going to really talk about communication and who needs it. And even when you have fabulous communication systems, there's still problems with communication. So we're going to go over this again, as Gloria said, we're going to go through these slides rather swiftly, but we want you to stop and talk about them as we think about them as we go. So the first one, and this really has to do with discuss with the superintendent the information needed on a regular basis. So when you think about that, this is what do you need to perform your role as an advocate for student learning? So this is really the what and the why behind everything. What do we need to have and why for the information that we seek? And what is needed as we are making policies and putting things in place. So just knowing, and you guys we've heard it tonight, some great things and some great information given out tonight in a very transparent way. But what do you need to know so that you can perform your role as an advocate for student learning?
Okay, and so then as you move on, you're talking about policies. You're going to review your policies here in another couple of weeks, it sounds like, as we listen to you review your agenda. So what is it that you need to know? What kind of information do you need to have in front of you, or what kind of information do you need to study before you make any sort of changes to your policies? It could be that your policies are perfect the way they are, but you don't know that without reviewing, for example, what has been happening lately that we even need to think about looking at this particular policy. Have there been some incidents in the district that made us say, hey, we need to take a look at that policy and make sure that we're up to date with statutes, that we're up to date with regulations? And if that's the case, then you need information on those statutes and you need information on those regulations. What is it that you need to evaluate school district operations? So in other words, we heard you talking a little bit ago about that storage shed that you have and about some of your buildings and how they're how some of the grounds are already starting to look great. Well, some of that information you're going to gather because you drive around your community and you take a look at it, and maybe you come back and you say, we really need to think about what we're doing here with these grounds or that particular storage shed or whatever. But what is the information that you need in order to make good decisions about your school district operations?
I think we also talked a little bit last time about either coming up with a strategic plan or at least beginning that goal setting process. And so what we need to make sure that we do is have clear goals so that we can say, how are we going to track our progress toward meeting this goal? And that doesn't need to be I think I feel kind of situation. It needs to be metrics that are really solid so that you guys can see how close you're getting to the goal that you want to achieve. And then the second thing in here is what is needed to make decisions and take action. So again, equipping yourselves with all the knowledge that you need to make sure. We just heard a great discussion just a little bit ago where somebody brought up a question and then you made sure that you got all the information. And then all of a sudden we said, okay, we're going to get more information. Let's bring it back once we get all that together. So those are the types of things. What do you need to make sure that you have all the information so that you can make those decisions and take action?
The other area where sometimes boards get crosswise with each other or with their superintendent is that they are requesting lots of information, which is good. We just finished talking about how important it is for you to request that information. But anytime that you're going to request information, whether it's from the superintendent or through the superintendent to other departments, these are some questions that you might want to think about. What exactly are you looking for? Why do you want that information? What are you going to do with it when you get it? And how will you use it? And the reason for asking yourselves these questions is that you've hired a superintendent in the past few months to run the district. You've put him in charge of everything in the district and then reporting back to you. Every time that you ask for a report or information, he needs to know, is it a directive of the board or is it one board member that might be curious about something? Because if he doesn't know that, he's going to run off and spend 2 or 3 days or 2 or 3 weeks or maybe even a couple of months gathering information for you, bringing it to you, and maybe not paying as much attention to the other areas of the district. And then he might bring the report to you and you all say, we really didn't want this. We're not quite sure why this report came to us. So being really clear about what the information is that you're looking for. It could be that the superintendent can answer that question in 2 or 3 sentences. And in that case, he can just say, I'm going to put that in my report to the board, if you have a weekly report or whatever the case might be, so that everyone has the information. But these are good questions for each of you, including the superintendent, to ask themselves, what exactly are we looking for? Why do we want it? And what are we going to do with it when we get it?
So then as we really move on to that piece around the communication as it relates to the president and the superintendent. And of course, this is an elected seat that really does a lot of work, as you have tonight, within the board meeting itself, as well as working closely with the superintendent. So really, this person is really working with the superintendent for the purpose of setting that board agenda, what order are we going to do things in, and also if board action needs to be taken, which reports are going to be presented and or provided. And then how will the superintendent and staff use even outside consultants such as ourselves during a meeting? So these are some of the things that really that communication with that president and that superintendent that are really key, plus some others.
And so as we continue this communication between the president and the superintendent, together with the president, together with the superintendent, the president is going to also advise the superintendent on which information needs to be shared with the entire board and how. Obviously, most of the information that comes comes between them is going to be shared with everyone. And that's what we advocate always, right? Whatever a superintendent shares with one board member should be shared with all board members. But it may be a smaller discussion especially because you have a new superintendent, that the board president might have conversations with the superintendent about how emergency situations have been handled in the past and what has occurred. Maybe there have been some hiccups in how that has been handled. Maybe there needs to be some revision on how to handle emergencies. Who gets called? How is law enforcement notified, for example? Who deals with the media? Who's the spokesperson for the district? What is a reunification process if God forbid you ever had to do that and evacuate a school in that manner? How do you deal with special interest groups? Every community, no matter how big, how small they are, has special interest groups. There are groups that are concerned about the chamber. There are groups that are concerned about the environment. They're going to come to the district and they're going to say, we have this great program. We want you to implement it in your schools. Okay, how do you handle those special interest groups? And how do you deal with the news, with the media? Every single district, especially now that we have been involved in COVID, we heard one superintendent say, we used to have board meetings and it was the superintendent and the board and maybe one or two staff that might show up to a board meeting. Now we have board meetings because they are online and we have 100 people in our teeny tiny little community who come to board meetings. And that includes the media, right? Because the media is also looking around, wondering what's going on in districts and wanting to bring that forward for the public. So how do you deal with the news media? Who's the spokesperson for that? Is it the superintendent? Is it the board president? The more that you can communicate about that ahead of time before you have to do it, the better off your district is going to be.
And so what we do know is that you want to work together as a team to achieve those goals. And it really takes that unification. And we worked a lot when we were there about building that unification and really getting your vision out in front so that you're keeping the direction in the way that you want to go. But of course, you are the authority. It means that once you've made that decision, it means sticking together and following the rules and working to achieve the previously agreed upon items that you've talked about. So again, that work that we did last time is really moving that district forward together, but also listening to every voice at the table so that you have all perspectives there to make the very best decision possible. But once that decision's made, is that decision goes forward as a unified board.
And so then the next one that we have here is just really, I think more than anything, praising you on the work that you did the last time we were there. Because you recognized that, especially because you are now a new team, that it was important for you to have some kind of workshop, some kind of activity around group process, really understanding how you each work, why you say the things that you do, why you think the way that you do. And so you had a lot of learning the last time we were there. In a fun way, we were able to laugh with each other and at each other sometimes because of our little quirks, if you will, and the way that we do things. But it gives us a better understanding so that when someone does something that maybe pushes your buttons, you understand that they're not doing it to push your buttons. That's just the way that they process things and the way that they communicate. And so if we're all thinking about how do we work with each other, right? How do we treat people the way they need to be treated? Remember we talked about the home rule when we were there the last time. And so really then, if you're working as a team, as Evan said on the previous slide, it's so much easier to streamline the work of the board because you really are working as a team. Now, you have to have reminders all the time, right? It's not like a vaccine. You get it once and then you're done. You're all better and you're going to be, great forever. No, you have to continue to remind each other of what that work is about and how you're going to continue to work together and communicate well with each other.
And so we've heard tonight already many positive things that are taking place within the district, and really you're changing some processes and you're moving in a new direction that's really going to be fabulous for the students that you serve. But we want to remind you of 4 traits that our followers really want from leaders. And those 4 traits, the first one was trust. That when trust is in place in the community and all stakeholders can really trust the work that our leaders are doing, of which you guys fall within that category for sure, that it really helps build the community momentum toward all of the things that you're moving toward. The second thing is compassion. That what your followers want is to know, as we heard just a few minutes ago, that you are caring for them, that you care about them individually, and that you care about them as a group, whether that be staff, whether that be students, whether that be any part of the organization. So we've got trust and we've got compassion. The third one is that stability. And a lot of these communication processes that we're talking about also bring stability when they are followed through uniformly. And so we talked a lot about that uniformity across the district and building those strong processes and procedures so that there is stability. We know what happens when we become unstable. We've lived it the last 2 years, and we are now getting back into what we hope is a little more stable environment due to COVID, for example. But it was hard for kids and you and everybody else to stop, start, stop, start. So you want to build as much stability into all processes as possible. And then the last one is hope. That we have that hope for reaching that vision. We have that hope and dreams that we're going to get there for our kids. So again, these are 4 of those key attributes that followers want from leaders: trust, compassion, stability, and hope.
And these 4 came about from a lot of research that was done among a lot of companies, a lot of organizations. And if you stop to think for just a moment, how can you instill hope in your district if there is a low level of trust, right? But if there's a high level of trust, then even when you make mistakes, people are more apt to forgive those mistakes because they are able to trust what's going on. Same thing with the stability. When there's no stability, how can you instill hope? How can people trust that what you say and do is really going to happen? So the more stability there is, the more trust people have in the organization, and the more likely you're going to be able to instill hope. And of course, compassion is how you treat people, how you demonstrate to them that you really truly care and that they're not just words. You demonstrate that with your actions. And so, between the last time that we were here and today, we've talked a lot about what the board is doing and what the board is committing to do. And so what we'd like for you to think about as you embark on this new year with a new team, a new superintendent, all kinds of wonderful things happening in your district. We heard about several of them just in the hour or so that we were here listening to your board meeting. What are some individual commitments that you can make for moving forward as a strong team? Not as a board, but as an individual. What will you commit to as an individual to strengthen your board and to move your district forward? So we're going to give you a few minutes to think about that and to just jot down what your commitment is. And then we'll ask you to share. Okay, so it looks like some of you are ready. You stopped writing, so I'm assuming you're ready to share a little bit. So would someone like to go first? And if not, we'll ask your superintendent to model that for us.
All right.
So my commitment, because I'm a new board member, is to do my best to educate myself about what a board does and our rules and laws and statutes.
Okay. So to do your best to educate yourself about roles, responsibilities, the laws and statutes as they apply to you as a board member.
Yes.
Okay. All right.
That's a great one.
Who'd like to go next?
I'll go next. So I'm committed to putting in the time and energy. That's one of the reasons I said I need a 260-day contract, because I'm willing to put in the time and energy to work to improve the district and the schools. And I want to treat everyone fairly, equally and fairly. I think that's really important.
Okay. So you're committing not only to put in the time and energy that it's going to take to be the CEO of this district, but also to treat everyone fairly, regardless of who they are, whether they're a board member or a student or the custodian or whoever they are, to treat everyone fairly is what I hear you saying.
Yes.
Okay.
We have a list of names if we need to call them out.
I'll go next if that's okay.
Thank you.
You're welcome. And it's very much like Serena's, it's being informed, but in the larger sense, not only about circumstances, but also about the things that govern them, like the policies, the administrative codes, the statutes, knowing a depth of, knowing things to a depth that make operational decisions more viable. And in that, what to say, the role as a board member then becomes pretty firm in terms of, like for instance, we just had a presentation and you brought up something that it should have been something that should have been in the forefront of our thoughts. This is a wonderful program about the reading and
the structured literacy.
It would have been good to say, okay, what are our goals? How are we going to measure it? And where were we before this?
Mm-hmm.
And so thinking in that context is what I would consider being informed. That's one example.
Mm-hmm. Because when you're informed about all of these pieces that you talked about, whether they be policies, administrative code, the statutes, all of those things, and the details about the programs, then yes, you're better able to make good decisions. Mm-hmm. When you don't know, then you're making decisions, but you're not quite sure if it's the right decision at the right time. And then how does it fit in with your overarching goals and your strategic plan, right? And that's why I know last time you all talked a little bit about maybe we need to start thinking about that strategic plan. And so understanding how it all fits together helps you to make better decisions. Okay, who's next?
I'll go next. I think that the thing that you just showed in the previous slide about having trust and hope and
compassion and stability.
Compassion and all of that really helps to do your job and to come out with better decisions.
So go ahead. I'm sorry.
That was the other one.
And so it sounds like you're committing to keep these at the forefront of your thinking as you make decisions, as you work with other people, And, you know, it could be that it's something that the whole board decides they want to do, is to always remember these 4 attributes. Okay. Did we miss someone? We can only see 4 people on the screen, so we're not sure.
I think I'm over here, but
I'm next. To be here to finish my current term.
Okay. All right. So that you are committing to finish up your term.
Hoping yes.
Okay. All right. Okay.
Cantu there?
Beg pardon?
Is there anybody else that we haven't gotten?
No, the other member's not here.
Oh, okay. We got it.
All right. So we have everyone. Okay. So Superintendent, you know, you have yours and the commitment of all of your board members here. And so, you know, again, it's something that I think you can keep in your board book, for example, in the front of your board book, along with your norms. What are these things that you are committing to do in order to improve your district? These are wonderful commitments that you're making to your district for continuing to move it forward.
And so as we think about the things that we've talked about today, and also the work that we did last time, we've made a lot of progress here. And so one thing that we'd like to end today with is maybe you guys thinking about 2 things that you are very excited about in regard to the future of Cobre. So I want you to think about 2 things you're really excited about, and we want to share that out loud. 2 things that you are really looking forward in that hope for the future for the students that you serve. And whoever's ready can go first.
I'll go first.
Okay, thank you.
Well, I remember that back in probably the 60s or even early 70s, maybe through the 70s, Cobre was considered one of the best schools in the state, and I would like to see it be there.
Okay. So really gaining back that, being an exemplar for others around the state of great things that are happening with student achievement.
Yeah.
Great. Somebody else.
I'll go. So 2 things I'm excited about. One is that our new superintendent is approachable, and I think that is a huge plus for our district. And the second thing is that we have really dedicated teachers in our district, and I'm really excited to see their work and the growth we'll have in our students.
So forward momentum around a great and approachable superintendent, as well as the gift of and strength of strong teachers that are dedicated to the students that they serve.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'll go next.
Okay.
I don't want his head to get too big, but he's awesome. Our superintendent is doing some bridges to the community that have long since been gone. And he's doing it at such a rapid pace, and all the other stuff at the same time. It is just phenomenal. I think that the community involvement is a very key element in going towards the other goal that I share with Toy, and that is making this district what it used to be. And it was awesome. People would leave this district and go to California and move up a couple of grades because of what they were learning here. And so this has a great deal of potential. The teachers are excited, and unity here will be a model that will close some of the distractions that take away from them being able to concentrate with their students. But it also shows our commitment to them. As Serena stated, There's some excellent teachers, but some of them get burned out, and we're losing too many of them. And once we close that gap and they start recognizing that we're in it for them, because that's the only way to make our students successful, and it's the right thing to do. And that's what I think, that's what I'm committed to.
That's excellent. So really, again, we hear that superintendent and the new direction that you have toward that. Yeah, no pressure there, superintendent. And also really continuing to come back because you know you can do great things for kids because you've done it before, and you've done it before with this great staff that you have. So really just pulling the emphasis around learning and being and increasing the opportunity for students to be successful. Great.
I'll go ahead and go next. The first one is the changes with the new superintendent, changes that are going on already. And the second one is I would like to see all the students of the district gain what they have lost with a year off on COVID. Thank you.
So really closing that gap of that learning loss that we are experiencing because of COVID. And that's going to, we heard the presentation by the teachers on that acceleration, that word, they use the word acceleration. And so really finding where we are and making sure we're accelerating the learning of all students, as well as, again, the new direction that you have with leadership in the superintendency there. And so superintendent, you get to be last. You have the last word on this.
Well, I appreciate all the nice comments. I did get lost on when I was in Membray, so I didn't make all the home visits there. I'm looking forward to us finishing a strategic plan together and working together on it. I think it's good to have goals, and that'll keep us going in the right direction. I'm interested in getting in the classroom and seeing the academic success also. I think there's a lot of good things happening in the classrooms, and really focusing on academic success and really working together in teams, whether it's our team, the admin team, the principal team, or the teacher teams. I think it takes everybody working together, a team and teamwork. And then being transparent. I think that's really important for this district and all of the stakeholders being transparent. So that's a lot, but I'm looking forward to all of those things.
Well, so as outsiders looking in literally today on Zoom or Google Meets, what we have been able to see is that you guys are getting a clearer direction, and that strategic plan will really help clarify that and get you pointed in the right direction where it really aligns those arrows going the right way. But what we do hear all of you saying is that you're very interested in putting in those strong systems that are supported and that are clear, so that you have transparency, but also everybody knows what is expected and when and how it will happen. But in addition to the expectations, that you're giving them high levels of support, and also that you're celebrating the successes along the way. And so again, I'm just going to talk about the board meeting as I heard part of it, and I know Dr. Rendon did as well. We heard you doing some good celebrations. We also heard you talking about the meat of the organization and really moving things forward. So it's really our hope that this continues, so that you reach, with your commitments that you've made, that you really reach these goals that you want to see for your students.
And so this is what we had left to share with you and to talk with you about. And we really are looking forward to see how this new team works together and how you move your district forward. Because I think it was Mr. Cordova who talked about, I'm trying to see if everyone there, I think it was Mr. Cordova who said that he remembers the time when Cobre was the exemplar for the state. And it was later than the 60s and the 70s, because I remember being already in administration and always hearing about the wonderful work that was going on in Cobre. And so it wasn't that long ago, and you can do what you set your mind to do and bring that district back to that level of excellence. And so we wish you luck in doing that. and know that, we can help in whatever way you think we can be of help to you. We are available to do that.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you.
Okay, well, it's been our pleasure, and we will sign off then.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Can I ask 4 questions? She asked them, but we didn't really answer them. So, we need to set a schedule on how we're gonna make our agendas every week. Is that something you and I get together once a week? Or
Yeah.
you wanna set a day or a time to meet?
Whenever you're ready.
Okay, so meetings are, we send out the.
We gotta do them ahead of time so that they can be posted and stuff.
I'm gonna try to do a Monday meeting, before the following week.
The Monday before, yeah.
Monday before?
Yep.
All right. Is there any good time for that?
No, I don't think so.
Okay, I'll find a time and I'll let you know.
Okay.
And the rest of you, how do you want to be involved in that also as far as the agenda?
I think the duties, say that the agenda will be created by both of you. And I think that the way it has been happening is if anybody has anything that they want on the agenda, goes through the president, and from there you guys settle out how it'll be. But whatever you guys decide.
So the finance meeting, is it all right to set up that schedule before the board meetings also? That like we talked about that earlier. Finance people kind of need to get some input
I
on
think
that.
we talked about having it on a Wednesday before.
I can't, once school starts, I can't do Wednesdays or Thursdays. It's kind of hard. And I know we did talk about doing it at 4 on Mondays, right? For an hour before the board meetings, but our finance meetings usually last a lot longer.
Well, if we can set up a day and time, I think that if we have the same time for a meeting, it would help.
Tuesdays. Tuesday afternoon.
Afternoon, so you don't get out of school until 4, right?
3:35. Yeah, by the time I pack up my bag and get out here, it's 4, after 4.
Well, we could have the finance meeting, the same day as we do the me and you get together for the agenda and then have the finance meeting after that.
Okay.
So like alternate.
So maybe meet with you at 3 and then team at 4? Okay, so 3 and then 4, okay. So we still want to go 2 board meetings a month.
Whatever they want to do.
I guess until we change the policy, that's what our policy is.
Okay, and then the location of the meetings, are you guys okay to do them at a different campus or is that?
I'm okay with it.
I'm okay with it. I guess just talking with IT about how difficult that might be for them. I don't know. But I think it would be nice to go out into the community and see different faces.
Okay, so I'll get together with them and I'll also talk with the principals. What about having students and staff presenting at the meetings for a few minutes? Is that something you guys would like? I mean, that's kind of what we're here for.
I know that at one time we had said that we wanted all the principals to be here in case there was a question that was brought up that pertained to their campus. They were here to be able to answer. But I don't know if you want to do that. I know they.
Well, I can check with them. If they're not used to doing that, it's probably going to be extra time that they're going to.
But it would be nice, like we had the teachers from Central, they talked about their science program. You know, it's nice to know what's going on in the schools and different activities.
But if we're gonna visit the schools, they could.
Yeah, and I think that's how it was.
Yeah.
Every time we visited a school, like when you guys would
They
come to
give an
Snell.
update on what was going on, or sometimes they had little kids do a presentation.
You guys would like that?
But when you guys do the agenda, put that up on top. Don't make them wait till the end.
No.
Okay, I'll work on that and I'll get back to you on the 27th on that part.
Sounds fine.
I think the part of public input we need to decide on, where that's gonna be, especially on the agenda items. Having the public input after the agenda items are already discussed or the action items are already discussed is pointless. It's absolutely pointless.
Is there room to change that? I'd have to look at the wording of the policy. Like, is the policy just a suggestion?
No, the policy is a template that we're supposed to be following. However, we're using different things, like action items wasn't on there. There was, an agenda, what is it called? A consent agenda. But that we're not doing that either. So there's some things that we're not doing, but yet we move.
See, the consent agenda was that we looked at everything that was in our packet, and then we'd make one motion for the consent agenda, and that dealt with pretty much everything that was not, an action item, okay? Like the review bills and all this.
The volunteers.
Yeah, all of that was taken care of in the consent agenda. Now, if you had a question on one of the bills, you could pull it out and have somebody explain why it was that much or what it was for or something. But the consent agenda took care of all of that, and it shortened our meeting.
And the point I was getting to, though, wasn't so much that we need a consent agenda, and I'm okay if we do have one. But it's just that those things that are listed in our template aren't, they've been replaced by other things, or they're not there. And so we're making a decision on where the public input is related to things that are not on the original template. And so I think we do have the discretion of saying, hey, the public input should go above those things, particularly the action item section.
I know that at one of our training sessions, they told us that why did we have two public inputs? We could have one, like, for example, that one that would say, in reference to our agenda. And that way, if somebody wanted to say something other than that, they could go through the process of submitting that they wanted to be put on the agenda. And we would not have the regular public input. And the reason that they told us that was that at that point, people could come in here and talk about how to make grandma's cookies or something like that, because it doesn't specify, it's just public input.
If it was that we had public input on agenda items, that'd be fine.
And I know that they told us at one time to take that second public input that just says public input. And yeah, we could move that one that says in reference to our agenda to the top. And that way they could talk about what is on our agenda. And if they wanted to get on the agenda, then they go through the process of submitting their name and what they wanted to talk about.
So there'd be just one public input before action items?
Yeah.
Well, our policy does.
It has two in
Look at
our
our
policy.
Well,
Yeah.
there's two.
Yeah, there's two. But I know what I'm saying is that
So
they
there's
have.
more than just this 137?
No. There's two public inputs.
Yeah.
Oh, right, but it doesn't even have action items on here.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying, is that there's some things that we have that discretion to put it above the action items because the template is no longer being followed. And I agree with what he said, although public input at the end, it should be where somebody can come and tell us, what's going on with their child. I am upset because my child happened this, and we should give them that audience. And certainly it's not one that we say, okay, we're going to take care of that right now, but it's something that the superintendent should hear and we should hear, and they feel that we're being the responsible elected people to listen to them.
That's why I say, if they wanted to do it, if we did away with one of them, then if that other person, if somebody wanted to come over and tell us, have a complaint about their child or whatever, they could just say, I want to get on the agenda to talk about this. And that way, we could even get, or the superintendent could get, say if it's a complaint against the principal at the elementary, well, then they could have that principal here to defend himself when that person came over to talk about that. See what I mean?
Yeah, and that may not be a good idea all the time, but it
No,
might be a good idea some of the time.
Do you want me to bring several other agendas from other districts that we can look at, or do you want to just go with the policy, the one new policy?
I think,
Well, our policy says we can change it by majority vote, so I guess that's when we like approve the agenda items, right? If we.
Yeah, you can change that by.
Or if you've already had them moved up. And it says these items should generally be, so it's generally. So I think that it might leave us up to, like, that
Yeah, see,
is
but
up to our discretion.
our policy doesn't say anything about the order that we go on.
I think that your public input doesn't matter if it should be on top or on bottom. Really, if the public is going to say something, why should they say something against an action item? The action item to be discussed or be talked about is for the board, not for the public. If they have a question or something and they want to go through the thing and submit it as a question as to some input on it, but their input shouldn't matter because it is a board decision. And the other action item, yeah, we've been advised just to leave it off of there as long as you have one, and it didn't matter if it was on top or on bottom or whatever. And if somebody has a complaint, anyway, if somebody's gonna come from the public and just complain about a teacher or complain about a principal, the first thing you need to ask is, did you follow the chain of command? If not, that's what you need to do and go through the process.
I'm sorry, can I clarify what you just said? Did you say that public input shouldn't matter to the board?
I mean, it shouldn't matter to the decision of the board. Now, if it, as far as.
I don't, why wouldn't it matter
No,
to us?
because in the past, we have had times when we have had somebody from the public question or come and say, we don't think you should vote on that, or don't think you should do on that.
They have the freedom to do that. It
If they
doesn't
do,
necessarily.
I'm not taking that away, but if they want to write it down and put it down.
What if they can't write? I mean, honestly, what if you have someone who is illiterate and they cannot write? I think that's putting a block in their way.
How about if I get some examples of some other agendas and
Yeah.
maybe we can talk.
That'd be good.
Yeah, I think so.
I think we've had a good discussion today, though, on a lot of things.
Just don't let it go to your head, okay?
Nothing good in my head.
Yeah,
You ready?
To adjourn.
Motion to adjourn.
So move.
9:05.
Thank you, Victor and Daniel.
Thank you, Victor.
You're welcome. You guys have a good night. And then possibility, there a possibility where we would be able to host a workshop with you guys to discuss the board meetings and streamings and all that? I know we had set up a work session for the technology, for the technology bond election. And no one showed up for that, but maybe for the next thing, if we can get an agenda item where we can host a work session with you guys so we can see what your thoughts are. I know Superintendent Spalletta will be getting with me on campus streaming, on campus meetings and whatnot, but is that a possibility with you guys?
Okay with me.
I like it. I like it. It's good thought. Definitely.
Bueno, que te vaya bien, mucho cuidado camino.
So we're gonna answer his question or?
So do we do this workshop evaluation?
Yes. I'll play it
Okay.
from you.
And do you want to look into that training module perhaps?
I saw it last night, actually. I will look into it.
It's only an hour long. I don't know